All right. Hello, everyone. Adrenaluke here, and I don't even know where to start. Look at this. Look at this. Indianapolis Motor Speedway. I'm looking at this on ACC, and you guys are probably wondering why I'm so excited for this. Well, look at the shirt I'm wearing. See this? Indy 500 shirt right here. Look at the hat. I always wear this hat on every stream. Indianapolis Motor Speedway hat. I have a license plate frame of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway on my car that I drive. We have a magnet on our fridge of the Indianapolis. Hey Graham, look at what I'm looking at, dude. This is right next to where I live. I've been here 7 times. I always wear the hat on every stream. Okay guys, to put this into perspective of how excited I am, I was up all night. I couldn't even fall asleep because I couldn't contain my excitement last night because I knew this was coming tomorrow after seeing the tweet on their Twitter that it was coming out. I got 2 hours of sleep. I had to load up on caffeine waking up. I rushed to turn on the game, and when I'm greeted with this, I'm just frozen in awe looking at this because it's just such a special feeling to see the racetrack that you live next to. Like I've attended 7 races here. I already got tickets for the Indy 500 next year, and 2 of the races that I've attended there are on the road course. Which, obviously this is a road course, not the oval. But I'm curious if you put it in practice mode, if you can just drive around the oval just to mess around. I'm gonna test that. I'm gonna jump in here in a second, guys. But okay, I barely did anything. I just woke up, loaded up on caffeine. I just rushed to this to turn it on to see this. Oh my gosh, guys, I am so excited. I haven't tested this out yet. I just turned it on and agreed with this, and I just instantly started a stream. I've not even started drinking much water today or anything. Yeah, I am a little hyped. Yeah. And yeah, I mean, it's just so cool. I mean, I'm only looking at the pictures of it, the preview of it, and I'm already feeling this excited about it. I don't know, guys. It's just something so special about those of you that have experienced this know what I'm talking about. When you have a racetrack that if you live next to a racetrack and you go there frequently, and it hasn't really been, this is the first time that it's appeared in a sim racing. Well, granted, I've only played Gran Turismo Sport and then Gran Turismo 7. I played some F1 2021 and now this. So I don't have a whole lot of experience in sim racing, but this is the first time I've ever had the Indianapolis Motor Speedway show up in a sim racing title, and lo and behold, it's my favorite sim racing title so far too, and where it shows up. Oh my god, guys. And this is already added on the calendar too, on one of the leagues that I race in for next month. So in December, I'm going to be racing there next month in one of my leagues. Oh my gosh, this is so cool. And they visit these locations in real life to laser scan it to get it exactly accurate. So this is going to help me feel an even better connection to that track. So it's so cool this is added there because I've attended all these races. I've watched a lot of these races, and when I can't attend them in person, I still watch them on TV anytime there's a race there. So driving on IMS at ACC is going to help me understand it even more. Then you can understand a track better when you drive it on racing sims more than when you're just watching races. So got my vitamin water here to help me stay hydrated because I barely even drink any water or anything yet. I just kind of logged into this game instantly. I couldn't wait. Oh my gosh, guys. Oh, you guys ready? Because I don't know what to expect. I'm kind of preparing myself because I haven't even touched this track back yet until I started my stream. And everything's completely fresh. Here we go. Okay, Indianapolis Motor Speedway now. I also want to point out that K-Pax Lamborghini. I have a framed picture on my wall that's just out of frame from where this camera's pointing. So it's you can kind of see the edge of the frame on that corner up there, but that picture is one that my brother took with his camera when we were watching a GT race at IMS. And one of the cars in that frame that was racing is the K-Pax Lamborghini. So, yeah. And that thing, when you hear it in person, it is a freaking beast. I mean, the best way I can describe it, I mean, you ask anyone that's been to like a GT race where a Lamborghini's racing in it, you can have like 10 GT cars passing by where you're watching, and if the Lamborghini's in that crowd of cars, that's all you hear. You don't hear any of the other, like, the Lamborghini's so freaking loud that it just drowns out the engine noise of all the other cars around it. It's just ridiculously loud. It's so obnoxious in person, and it's awesome. I just can't get over the fact that Indianapolis is here. Oh my gosh. So what I'm going to do to get the full experience, I'm going to set custom weather here, and I'm going to open up AccuWeather on my phone because I don't live exactly where the track is. I live about half an hour away, so the weather's going to be a tiny bit different where the track is. So I have AccuWeather on my phone, and I have the locations of all three of these American tracks that got added. I have those locations favorited. So, okay. Right now, it is 23 degrees Celsius at the Motor Speedway, so we'll set it at 23. And it says there is a 11% cloud cover, so not very cloudy. So we'll go to cloud cover and put 11%. And it says this on the AccuWeather app, so this is exactly what the weather is at this track right now. So I'm going to get the full experience and really simulate it. Oh my gosh, guys, I'm so excited I forgot to share my link of the stream everywhere. So I'll finish setting the weather here, and then I'll share my link everywhere. Man, this is a different stream than normal because I'm just way too excited that I'm forgetting, like, basic stuff like that. But let me finish setting the weather here first. So 0% precipitation chance. Yep. Well, of course, you can't set a precipitation chance unless I think it gets a 60% cloud cover. Let me see. Yep, 60% and higher of clouds in the sky. Then you can set a rain chance. But it says the Indianapolis Motor Speedway right now is at 11% clouds in the sky, so we're going to put it back to 11. And it's 23 degrees Celsius, so that's the current weather there. And let's go ahead and load it. Here we go. Now, while that is up on the screen, I'm going to go ahead and share my link everywhere. Wow, guys. First thing I'm going to say, you're not going to see that many people in the audience at a GT race. Because I've been to GT races there in person, and you're not going to see that many people. At an IndyCar race, yeah, you can see that many people there at, like, the Indy Grand Prix. At the Indy 500, there's 300,000 people there. And it's the highest attended sporting event in the world. There's no single sporting event that has more people attending than the Indy 500. But I've walked along that back straight, by the way. I have a video on my channel. If you scroll down far enough, you can see that back straight it just showed with the car shop or whatever it was banner over there. That's actually a bridge. You like that? It looks like just a banner because they have the banner covering, but there's like little tiny nicks in that bridge. And you can look through it with like one eye, and you can see it from above while you're walking across the bridge. And the cars vibrate the whole, like the bridge shakes when they're going past on the back straight. We'll show it again in a second. You can see what I mean. It's not a banner; it's a bridge. It'll show it again soon on the back straight. Right there in the distance where it says car shop. That's not a banner. That's a bridge. Right there. That's a bridge. You can walk over. You can kind of see the stairway on the side there. I've walked across that bridge, and I've walked across the whole back straight too. And like you see the cars just zipping by at like 165 miles an hour past you when you're watching a GT race. IndyCar race, they're going like 180 probably on that back straight. But, man, my gosh. Now, it definitely looks better in person. Definitely looks way better in person. in real life. But I mean, that's obviously. But this is just really, really cool. Okay, I gotta share my link everywhere. I keep putting that off. So, it is cool though that the exact amount of clouds in the sky you see and the exact temperature I just set is accurate to what it is right now, this hour, right there, as it is in real life. So it's kind of like I'm actually there. Kind of.
Sup, Luke and Graham.
Hey, Apex, dude. Indianapolis is here. Can you tell I'm excited, man? I wear the hat every stream.
The old Dunlop Bridge at Donington was made to look like a tire going over the track.
Yeah, I think they do a good job disguising that, because like if you're watching that from TV, and people, okay, a lot of people that are playing ACC that don't live next to this like I do and haven't went there in person.
That's awesome.
Yeah, if they're watching a race like right over there, that car shop thing, you'd think that's a banner. If like right there, that's a bridge, but people won't know that. They do a good job at disguising that, you know. Like people that are just playing this in ACC that live in like the UK, for instance, I guarantee you they're gonna think that that's just like a banner that's going across. But it's not. It's a bridge, which is actually pretty cool. And it's just so cool to know that I've walked across that bridge, and I see like the actual K-Pax Lamborghini that I'm driving in. I would just see it zipping by, feel the vibrations on the bridge, and hear that Lamborghini sound in person. It's just like, dude. Anyways, I've got to like try to contain my excitement and share this link around. I'm just, oh my god, dude, I'm gonna have a freaking heart attack before I can even drive out on this track. I'll be like, all right, guys, here we go, and just flatline right there. Why is part of my title starred? Well, that's weird. It censored the word pack. I wonder if, like, it thinks that it's some offensive slur or something. Anyways, let's share this link to a bunch of places. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to just drive on it myself to get a feel for it, and then I'll probably do races against AI. And, yeah, we'll go from there. But, I really need to share my link to a couple places, so give me just a second, guys. I'm going to share it to PSN groups and then Discords. I think this is the most excited I've ever been in sim racing. Alright, sharing it to my PSN group there. Share it to Brigsby's PSN group. And then on to Discord to share the link in a lot of places there. I'm going to try to make this as quick as possible. Well, I probably should have had all the places to share my link open before I started my stream, but like I said, I just rushed to this. I haven't even touched these tracks yet in the game. I just kind of rushed to start my stream because I was just so excited for it. So you guys are going to see my genuine first reaction. I haven't even tried driving on this yet. This is completely new. So you guys are going to see my absolute, genuine first reaction. Okay, where is... There we go, community live streams. Post it to Graham's Discord there. And now post it to Brigsby's Discord. And now post it to... I think there's one for IRL's League in their Discord if I'm looking for it. Sorry guys, I couldn't contain my excitement. So normally on Discord I have all the little places to share my link open before, so then I can just knock it out and go boom boom boom. But I just couldn't contain my excitement today, so I kind of just sprinted over and just like jumped in this chair to like start a stream like right away. Okay, where is the thing to... Where the heck is it? Driver streams, there we go. Apex, do you have ACC or are you still just on GT7? I can't remember. I'm losing track of who's still on GT7 and who has ACC.
I have the PSN upgrade so Axe is accessible.
Nice,
Just
dude. You
never
should, if
downloaded
you
it.
haven't tried it, you really should. And I'm trying to put together a league too. Now, it's no promise. I don't even know if the league's going to happen. But the reason why I want to start a league, I know that there's already a lot of leagues out there. But the problem I'm seeing is that...
Only play maybe an hour a week of GT7.
Oh, okay. But yeah, the problem I'm seeing is that almost every league out there for ACC is always GT3 only every season, and that's great. Like, GT3 is probably my favorite category, just like it's everyone's favorite category basically. But I think, there's so many other categories of car in this game. We just got a brand new category added today with this update. So I think, if I can start a league, I want to make it so that there's going to be a format to where it's only short, like 5 race seasons, right? Like we have 5 races and then off for 2 weeks. 5 races off for 2 weeks. But the catch is we have to vote on which category we want, and then whatever category wins that vote, we cannot repeat that same category of car until 2 seasons later. So that means GT3 will probably win if it's there, right? Like if GT3 is available to vote for, everyone's probably going to vote for that. So let's say we do GT3 that season. We then have to do 1 season there, and then another season there, and then we can do it again. Like, so if whatever category wins a vote, and when we do it that season, it won't return in a category that we can vote for until other seasons later. You get what I'm saying? So, like, that way it forces us, like, we'll still have a lot of options to vote for, because we got, I'm thinking, like, the categories we can vote for. We can have, obviously, GT3, GT4, Super Trofeo, and we just had, with this new update, the new Lamborghini Super Trofeo. The very recent one in 2022 was just added, and the new Porsche Cup car was just added, so we can race on that. And then we have the new Ferrari Challenge. So that's 5 categories there. 3 of them are one makes, granted, but GT4 is not a one make. It's like a whole category where you have, I think, 11 GT4 cars that people can pick from. So I want to do it like that, to where people can, like, pick a different category, like vote on a different category each season, kind of a thing. And we can do league racing with all of the different types of racing that ACC has to offer. Anyways, yeah, I don't have a tune for Indianapolis. You know what I'm gonna do? Bear with me, guys. This is gonna be tiny bit of a process here, but I think, and I'm just theorizing here, but I think a tune that might transfer kind of well to Indianapolis would be Barcelona, maybe. So I'm just going to take pictures of I'm not going to open this to race there. I'm just going to open Barcelona to take pictures of my tune there with my phone, and then I'll just look at the settings I have on my phone and just copy it on Indianapolis to see how well that transfers. So, Graham, you were complaining about how the if you're still watching, Graham, you were typing about how the setup bug is still there. I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but the way around that. So I think what you're saying is, see how right now, if I go to setup, I go to current setup, I'm hitting triangle. Okay, yeah, so I'm hitting triangle right now, and see, like, with my thumb right here, I'm hitting triangle, nothing's happening. Because it says triangle, load, save, setup. You keep hitting it over and over, nothing happens. So what you do, and this is really annoying, but it is a way around it, is you go to options. So right here I go to options, and then you go to controls, and then you pick wireless controller up here. And I know, like, you're on steering wheel, so it is weird to do that, but it's the only way to work around it. So it's just temporary. Just watch for a second. So you pick wireless controller, and then you go back after you selected that. Then you go back to setup, and then when you hit triangle, suddenly this stuff appears. So I can load my dry race tune. And you can tell this is kind of old, because what I like to do now is, obviously you don't have to type in the track name.
I've been doing that.
Okay, so you already know then. Never mind. But yeah, I like to actually type in the temperature of the outside temperature and track temperature in the name of my tune, so I actually can, like, know that when I'm loading it, that I know, like, what the temperature was when I made the tune, so that way, like, I can check how different it is, then I can make adjustments. But back then I was still learning. Barcelona was one of the first tracks I made a tune for, so you can tell that's pretty old. But anyways, I'm going to take pictures of this tune with my phone, so that way I can just kind of like copy this at Indianapolis and see how well that will transfer. So I just took a picture of tires.
To be fixed today in the update.
Don't really need to take a picture of those two tabs. Take a picture of mechanical grip. I actually thought it would be fixed too. It's annoying that they're not addressing that issue, but to be fair, there's been some issues on console that they haven't really addressed for years actually, so, you know, go figure. They prioritize the PC players a lot more. Also, before I jump back to Indianapolis and copy this, I think that what will transfer well to Watkins Glen will be my Brands Hatch tune. I think Brands Hatch is a very similar track in nature to Watkins Glen. Controversial take, I know. But I'm also going to take pictures of my Brands Hatch tune so I can copy the setup there as well. And then after I get the pictures of these, after I get the pictures of these, then I will go back to Indianapolis. And I'm just taking pictures of this Brands Hatch tune because I know that later on I'm going to try out Watkins Glen. And I do want to transfer the Brands Hatch tune over because it'll probably transfer well to Watkins Glen. Now, this is just a starting point. I'm thinking these tunes will transfer well, but that doesn't mean I'm just keeping everything, like, I'm definitely going to make adjustments for that track, but I'm just kind of like starting out copying these tunes, and then I'll make adjustments the more I test it out to see like what will work better. You know what I mean? So I'm not necessarily making this like the be-all, end-all. I just think this is a good starting point for these tracks because I think they're kind of similar, you know. So let's go back to Indianapolis and let's try out how well my Barcelona tune will transfer. I also like, if you guys notice this small attention to detail, when you're navigating the tracks, I like how they have it separated to show you. Like right here, they have a white line up here, meaning none of those are DLC. But then they have a brighter white line for the British GT DLC, and then they have a red line here for the Intercontinental GT Challenge DLC, and then they have a blue line there for the American track back. So that's a cool attention to detail. You know. Anyways. Back to Indianapolis. I'm going to make sure that the weather's still saved. Yep, that is the weather that's current at Indianapolis right now, based on AccuWeather. All right. So, now I'm just going to open the pictures I took of my Barcelona tune on my phone, and then I'm going to just copy those settings right on. You know, one thing that I think is kind of annoying is that you should be able to use controller when you're navigating the menus on ACC. I know that on GT7 you can, but you can't use controller navigating the menus on ACC. It's ridiculous. Anyways, so I don't really know what to do with tire pressures yet, so I'll bump those up a tiny bit because I really don't know yet. 1, 2, 3. Just bump up the rears by 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And that's completely guessing. I have no idea if that's going to be good or not. Okay, so now I'm just going to copy everything else based on what my pictures say of Barcelona. So -0.8 on the toe. Camber is all the way. Oops, no, I wasn't on camber. So camber all the way. And again, I mean, this might not work for this track. We'll just see how it feels, you know. I'm theorizing that my setup that I put for Barcelona could transfer well. That doesn't mean that it will. We'll have to see once I test this out here in a second. And once I get comfortable enough in this track, then I will race against AI in it. Okay. You know what's funny is that when I took a picture of this page of the tune, I have a chat from Graham in the corner of the screen on the picture on my phone. Okay, so bump up the wheel rate on the rear there. lower the bump stop rate. You know, I don't know if I really need to dampen the car much on here because this is a very flat track. Now, that's based on what I see visually. It could be different when I drive on it. The main thing I'm curious about is the transition from going around the oval section of it to then going into the infield. Is that going to be a big dip to where I know that in some infields you can kind of feel like a rough transition there, but you know, this is a very high budget track. I would assume that I mean, you can tell that the pavement's not as high quality in the infield, but I think that as far as how smooth the transitions today, I don't think it's going to be a big dip or a bump or anything, but we'll have to see for ourselves. I mean, visually it looks like it'll transfer in very nice and smooth, but I'm theorizing that this is going to be a very, very, very flat track. So we can probably really stiffen the car and not have to worry about it being too sensitive and edgy on any bumps, which that will be pretty nice. There's not many tracks that you can do that. So I do know there's a sausage curb at the end of the back straight, though, so we'll have to see. But if you can just avoid the sausage curb, then it won't be that big of a deal. I mean, this is going to be a learning experience for sure. So a big negative brake bias for Barcelona. I don't know if I'm going to need that, or not negative brake. I'm so used to GT7. A big brake bias there from Barcelona to help with trail braking. I don't know how much trail braking I'm going to have to do here. I probably might have to do a lot, actually. Now, I'm not going to... I don't really know what to do with the bump stop range on here because I have a pretty significantly large bump stop range on the front wheels on Barcelona because on the final turn before you go on the front straight, that final turn on Barcelona, you want to be going full throttle the whole way. And I feel like when you're going full throttle and turning really as hard as you can, it kind of locks out on that bump stop, and the suspension kind of buckles down and hits that bump stop and stops there, and then it makes the car stop rotating the way you want it to go because the body roll just kind of hits that bump stop, and then you can feel it lock up on that bump stop when you're trying to finish that turn, and then it stops rotating, and then you have to sacrifice throttle input to make that turn, which slows you down. So I'm not sure if there's going to be any turns in Indianapolis like that to where I'm going to really have to worry about bump stop. There probably will be, now that I think about it. So we're going to go ahead and test that out. You know, I think a better thing to do would be to set the bump stop range lower at first and just feel if it's locking out of the bump stop, because you can definitely feel that when it does. So I'll just see if it locks out on that bump stop, and if it does, then I'll open it up more. But we'll go ahead and just kind of make it real close to start out with, and we'll just keep experimenting, opening it up more and more, because that way you can tell what's the minimum you can get away with. Because you want it to be as close as you can get away with, you know. So we're going to just have it at 5 there. You can see on the diagram that yellow line's really close to the red line. You want it to be as close as possible, but when you drive it, you don't want to feel like the bump stop just hitting and just locking out while you're turning at full throttle. So, okay. Bump stop range on the rear, we're going to have it 50. And anti-roll bar of 3 on the rear. Differential, we're going to open the diff a little bit there. You do want... The differential on an all-wheel drive can be great, though. So I don't open the diff as much as I do on a rear-wheel drive as I do on the Lamborghini. Anyways, moving on to dampers. Now, this is going to be interesting to see if this transfers over to Indy. Because I am theorizing that I can probably get away with stiffening up the dampers a lot more here because of how flat the track is. But again, I mean, I haven't even tried driving on it yet, so I have no idea what to expect, and I have no idea to see, like, how close this is going to be. Yeah, the two things that I'm mainly curious about is the dampers and the bump stop. you know, which they kind of play hand in hand too. Aerodynamics, the last part of the tune, and then we'll go ahead and head on out there. I'm getting pretty excited. All right. Here we go, guys. It's time to test this out. I'm going to have my phone charging because it's getting kind of low on battery. I'm going to keep the chat open on my phone, and we are about to drive on Indianapolis for the first time. I'm gonna before I try to see how fast I can go, I'm gonna go real slow just to soak it in and just to observe a lot of it. So I'm gonna kind of take like a tourist lap first, so to speak, you know, just to have fun and just to take my sweet time and observe everything. So here we go.
Green light, go, go, go.
Okay, so yeah, like I said, you're definitely not going to see that many people in the crowd at a GT race. That raised platform there for the flag waver, that's accurate to real life. That's a good attention to detail. Everything in here should be good attention to detail because they try to make it as accurate as possible in ACC. Why is my ignition not turning on? I thought I turned, or maybe I just don't hear it because I'm in chase cam. Yeah, there we go. And since I'm in chase cam, I probably should go to the HUD and turn on gear and speed, just so that I can tell. All right. Oops, I didn't confirm that. Well, where am I going? So HUD, and you have to hit X to confirm instead of back. Oh. Having a heart palpitation.
To drop a like, thumbs up, have fun.
Oh, that's a heart palpitation. Bear with me, guys. I'm sorry. I'm just getting too excited. Oh. I suffer with heart palpitations and my heart's beating at like 200 beats a minute. Oh, these are not fun. I'm sorry, guys. God, my heart.
Join us, Luke.
Give me a second, Fox. I'm having a heart palpitation.
Ah shit, but go to the spittle. Are you okay, bro?
Yeah, it's calming down. It's really lightheaded. Heart rate's kind of slowing down now. Sorry, guys. That's the yeah. It's the first time this happened on a live stream, but it's been a health problem with me. If I get too excited at times, I can get heart palpitations where my heart will be like boom, 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 boom. I just have to like take deep breaths. God, man, I don't know how a track in a video game made me that excited. Let me take a few more deep breaths and drink some water. All right, guys. I really need to make an appointment with my doctor about that because those heart palpitations happen a little often. Like, I get them like 3 times a week these days. Anyways, it's a little embarrassing that happened on
Wear
stream.
a smartwatch to help track that.
Yeah. Yeah. I can't imagine if that happens during a race. Like, if that happens during a race, I'm probably going to have to pull off the track.
Need to have to keep your doc informed.
Yeah, like if that happens in a race, I'm literally, even if so much is at stake, even if I'm like fighting for a championship in a league race, because those heart palpitations are so intense. Like if it happens during a race, I'm literally just gonna have to pull off the track as soon as I can out of the way of everyone, and just like go lay down. But it's calmed down pretty fast, which is a good thing. My chest hurts a lot now after that. Like my chest is feeling like a brick just hit it. But anyways. Let's go, man, that's embarrassing that happened on stream.
Bro, don't leave things like I did.
Yeah, you're right. I'm gonna leave it on chase cam. Still feeling lightheaded.
Listen, bro, your health and family comes first. To hell with a race.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, if it happens in a race, I'm just gonna pull off the track. Gray Fox, it did happen when me and you were racing. Do you remember that? Like, when I was at Spa, I bend it and like I texted you after explaining why I just completely lost control. Is that I had a heart palpitation when you were catching up to me. Yeah. Yeah, but I wasn't live streaming then. Anyways. Alright guys. Let's go on a stroll here. I'm just gonna go real slow.
I remember that.
I'm just gonna go real slow to just observe. It's really cool, all the details here. Now, I don't have buttons mapped to look left and right. I'm gonna change my button mappings temporarily.
Join me and Arnold in my indie server.
I might in a second. I'm just taking a few
running laps.
If I join your server, would you mind if I'm literally taking a few laps at like 2 miles an hour just to really check out the place first? Like I'm gonna be going very slow, kind of like taking a tour bus around.
Changes.
Yeah, you're right, Graham. I'm 26 now, so I really shouldn't be having heart problems like that. But I know it runs in my family, so yeah. But my chest hurts a lot now after that. Anyways. I'm going to temporarily change, temporarily change these, but I think I just unmapped my look back button. Let me change that.
Now you're good in treating it as practice.
Okay. Yeah, so I mapped some buttons to look left and right here. I normally don't even have buttons mapped to that because there's no point when you're racing. You have the radar. And I have those, because I have a limited, the Logitech G29 does not have much buttons. So I have that mapped for a lot more important things than just looking left and right. I have the circle and square button mapped to increase and decrease traction control for dynamic weather races if it starts to rain. But just temporarily I'm mapping those to look left and right. Okay, yeah, I'll join your server here. Let me go to wireless controller to save this tune so far. I haven't even adjusted the tune either. I've just set it to everything identical to my Barcelona setup. So I'm just going to title this Test.
Have a button for electronics.
Well, electronics tab is slower than increasing traction control and ABS by just button mapping those specifically. A button to open the electronics tab, then you got to flicker through it during a race, which I prefer to just have buttons mapped to increase and decrease traction control like right there. Anyways, man, I'm still like out of breath and lightheaded because, man, that heart palpitation was just crazy.
You can adjust stuff like that while on track too if you don't have enough buttons for it.
All right, Gray Fox, what lobby is it again? And I'm hoping you don't mind that I'm literally just gonna take a few laps to
right.
a few laps to stroll around. Do you have the weather custom on your lobby? Because I have the AccuWeather app on my phone. You can have it exactly. You can have it exactly the same as the weather in person there right now. What lobby is it? I think I see it. Is it this one? Is it BRC Racing? Or is it... Oh, that says one friend in there. So, yeah, I would assume it's actually this one.
Now all my servers are clear at the golden hour.
I think it's this one. I'll go ahead and join this one and see.
24/7.
Okay, yeah, so it is that one. Well, it'd be cooler if you made the weather accurate for real life. I'm gonna mute voice chat in the lobby. Unless if you guys are cool with me having voice chat on in the lobby while I'm live streaming too, because that way you guys can talk to me in voice chat while I'm live streaming. It's up to you guys. But if I leave voice chat on, people in the lobby are gonna hear, like, I don't think Darnell's watching my live stream, so that might get annoying to him if he hears everything I'm saying to my viewers on my live stream, because I talk a lot in my live streams. Just let me know if you want me to mute voice chat.
I don't hear Ngame chats.
I think Darnell said it's fine. Alright. Well, that'll probably change in like 5 seconds when you hear me go blah, 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 and you'll be like, Luke, shut up. Whew, alright. Darnell, I live 30 minutes away from this track, and on my live streams I wear the Indianapolis Motor Speedway hat that I bought at the gift shop there in person, and I wear that hat on every live stream. So this is like a special moment for me. This is my first time going to be driving out on it in ACC, actually. And I've attended 7 races here in person. I got so excited that I actually had a heart palpitation earlier on my stream, which is pretty embarrassing. Alright guys, so I'm gonna just drive real slow to start and just soak it all in. I'm gonna go like 2 miles an hour around the place. And my chest hurts. So that little opening on the bleachers right there, that's one of the sections where you can walk in, because I know that from being there in person. I mean, that's pretty, you could have assumed that yourself, but it's pretty obvious, but it's just cool. Another attention to detail there. And Darnell passing around the outside. Yeah, bear with me, guys. I'm going to be driving like 2 miles an hour around here just to really observe everything. It's kind of cool to like check this out the first time. Yeah, they got those giant TVs on the side where you can watch it if you're like on the stands. When they're at the rest of the track, those giant TVs there will show, like here in the game, those are just advertisements. But those giant TVs
so
in person...
So if I race you here and gonna blame your home field advantage as to the reason?
Well, Apex...
I lose.
Apex, I mean, it's one thing to watch races, but... I mean, watching it on TV doesn't really compare to, like, driving it, so I still this is still basically gonna be a new track to me. Like, it's not a new track as far as how it looks like, but it's definitely a new track as far as like how it's. I have no idea what to expect on like how to maneuver it. But yeah, those giant TVs would show the rest of the race. So like when they're in the rest of the sections that you're not next to, obviously, it'll have those parts of the race on the TVs there. Okay, so the first thing I'm curious of... Oh, you can't go around the oval. They have it blocked off. Dang it! So that little thing with the orange over there, if I drive like closer to it here, right in front of me, you can see how that section's kind of like blocked off right now. But when you're there in person, that's actually a gate right there. In person, there's a gate between those two. Like, okay, not the kind of gates that's between it right now, but like it's one that can open up to where the staff that works there, if there's a car that breaks down or something, and there's a car that like has a dead battery or whatever, they can open up that gate and you can drive through there. Well, not drive, they'd have a tow truck taking the race car through there. And there's like whole like roadways back there that you can walk across as a spectator, and you're walking over there. And me and my brother and my dad were like walking over there when an Aston Martin Vantage GT3 car had a dead battery, and the tow truck, they opened the gate and it was going over there, and the tow truck was taking the race car driver was still in the car, and he was getting towed out of there, and it goes like that, and then it takes a left-hand turn from where we're looking, and me and my brother were walking across that part that's more to the left there, and it, like the race car was getting towed just like 2 feet away from us. You could reach out and touch it, you know. And then way further back, kind of straight ahead of us, they have a giant parking lot, and of course they have the garages for the cars and all that, so that's another cool thing to know. Now, I'm going to be curious if they went so far into detail to where the porta potties are where they would be and stuff. Because I highly doubt they're going to include that stuff, which, yep, I don't see. Because over in those little, like, walkways over there would be in real life, based on when I was... Wait a second. No, that's not one in the... Is it, though? Because I see blue in the background there. No, they don't have it. Because, like, right across here, there would be porta potties in real life. Like, I've been there so much that I actually memorized stuff like that. Because I, like, I've walked around this whole place. So we're going to get back onto the pavement here, make sure that I'm not getting anyone's way. Which I don't think I am. Wait a second, I think I do... Is that actually porta potties back there? That would be hilarious if they even copied those details. Let's see right here. I think it is. Look at that! Look, they did. They did. Look. They even copied like the details like that. That is awesome. That's really cool. That's some solid effort to really get all the details of this track right there. All right. That's so funny though. They even copied the porta potties. And then, oh, they got like the food venues too and everything. Look at this, like the food venues are even there. And now, normally in a GT race, these stands over there would also be occupied. So that's not accurate. They would have people over in those stands too. Not in between, like they would have some in stands H and J back there next to the grandstands. I'm gonna let this guy pass. But yeah, there really wouldn't be anyone over there. But when you're coming through this section, there should be a small opening for photographers on the gates that are coming up here. And it's when they're going through this section of turns. Because I remember my brother would, oop, the session just ended. So we're gonna hit cross here to go back to the garage. What time's it? If you guys are doing the race for 15 minutes, I really don't want to, like, be a hazard. But if it's cool with you guys, I'll still just stroll around to try to observe everything. This is my first time, like, going out, but I really don't want to, like, interrupt your guys' race if you're going to race. So I don't quite want to race yet. I kind of want to just, like... I'm kind of, like, in tourism mode here and just checking out every detail of it.
You're good, bud.
Alrighty. Did you guys hear me though? They even replicated where the porta potties are. But there's a lot of other details I know from being there so much in person that I'm curious to know just how accurate they got this. So far, it's looking very accurate. Because of course they laser scanned the track, so the actual pavement of the track itself is pretty much guaranteed to be exactly accurate, but I'm curious, like, what other details surrounding the track that they actually got right.
Going double file.
Yeah, you see another porta potty there. And they should have the track museum kind of close to here. There it is. That's the museum. That building you see where I'm pointing to. We're looking right at it. That big building back there. Not the one with the red roof, but the one further back. Let's see if we can get a closer look to it. Yep. Yeah, you can see it right there. That is the museum. And I've been inside of there as well. They have in the museum all sorts of stuff, as you can imagine, but they... Oh, it just locked me into the pits. But yeah, that's cool. We even got a short little glimpse of the track museum in the background, and I've been there. Also, I've been inside that building. Very, very, very cool.
Green light, give it all you can.
So my controls are locked for just like about 25 seconds here, and then we'll go back out again and just look at everything that they've done with this. It's really, really cool to see. Like, this is the first time in my life that I've seen this track pop up in a simulation or a sim racing game, and lo and behold, it shows up on my favorite one. It's very cool. Oop, turn my ignition off. Alright, so we've already looked at everything in the pit lane, so we don't have to go slow here. We've already kind of observed everything in the pit lane. But we haven't really looked at the back of pit lane. We'll check that out later.
You all good now, Luke?
Yeah, I'm still kind of like in the aftermath of that. If you're asking about the heart palpitation earlier, like I can't really talk as fast yet. I kind of just feel exhausted, like I just ran a mile kind of a thing, because I mean my heart was, you know, under a lot of stress, but I think it's because of all the excitement surrounding this. But yeah, they got the food venues, they got all the giant TVs, and the giant TVs is like a trademark of this place too. I mean, when I've taken friends here to watch races with them, that's one of the first things they notice is they got like these huge TVs in the background. And of course in this game, like I said earlier, it's showing advertisements just on those screens, but when you're watching the race in person, it'll show you know, the rest of the race that's happening, so you can see it when it's not occurring next to you. Oops, didn't mean to change my view. So yeah, like I said earlier, that section over there, we're not in it now, but that's where I showed you guys earlier in my stream. This is a different view of it. So, straight ahead, you see that road with the ambulance and the fire truck and everything. In person, they do have like medical people there, but more importantly, they had like that's the main section they go when they need to tow people. So they're never gonna block that off with those blocks like they have there with the orange blocks. They never do that in person. So that is an inaccuracy. In real life, they actually have a lower profile gate, like a really small gate, but they have warnings like and like they have like little signs that say if because someone can easily. You can walk straight up to the edge of it in person, and that's why they have like little signs that say if you hop this fence, you know, you will be prosecuted and jailed, you know, because they don't allow people obviously to just walk out on the racetrack. But it's heavily guarded though. They have like a lot of staff members next to that section because it's like the most easy place to trespass into the racetrack. So you'd probably never get away with that. You get tackled before you can even get out there, but you can walk like 2 feet away from it. The people are friendly there, you know, they won't like not let you get near it, but we had to get out of the way. Me and my brother had to get out of the way because they opened that gate for an Aston Martin. I think it was a GT4 car because it was a mixed class race. So yeah, an Aston Martin GT4 car had its battery die, and they opened that small little gate. Like that gate's only like up to your hips. I mean, it's a really low profile gate, and it swings open. And then they have a tow truck taking the race car out of the racetrack, and then through like all the way to the left, you see like that road just keeps going, and they take it like all the way back there, and they just tow you all the way back to the garage, and it goes like from a left there, way back,
Faster car
you know,
coming down behind you.
away from the track. So it's just so cool to know that I've walked over there and like a actual GT race car was getting towed, and I made eye contact with the driver. He had his visor lifted, and dude, he looked pissed. Because it was like 4 hours into the 8-hour endurance race, and his battery just dies. So, and he had his head like this too, like he was like that, like he was just so irritated, you know. And I made eye contact with him. He looked straight at me in the face because he's probably just like, oh God, don't look at me, you know. But I was standing like a foot away from it too, you know. Like I could literally just reach out with my arm and touch it. So. Over here, we have the big parking lot that I told you guys about. Yep, that's where... Now, if you're watching a race in person, I'm telling you right now, the people that you'd see parked in that parking lot are loaded and wealthy, because normally you park away from the track and walk there, because they charge an arm and a leg to park there, so I've never parked my car in that parking lot. But they do have a parking lot further back at the track museum where on non-race days you can park there for very, very cheap. So further back where the museum is, it doesn't cost nearly as much. That is not a building to the right there. Let's go in reverse so we can get a better angle. That's actually the bleachers to the right there. So that's where people would be on the pit lane side. Not really the best view of a race.
Faster car behind you.
I personally wouldn't sit there, but people that really like to see the pit stops, I guess, can sit there. That's the pit lane side bleachers, and of course you got the observation deck tower back there with the iconic part of the track. Yeah, and there's that giant parking lot that I told you guys about. when we were watching the race too, we like walked across there, and then we cut across this whole place, walking across the grass to get to the back straight. Because we were like looking at the race from every different view when we went to the GT race, so it's pretty cool stuff. Now, one thing I was curious about. Over here on this fence, there should be a small opening for photographers. I think... Is that it? No. No, I could have passed it. I think I passed it. There should be like a... It wouldn't be on this fence. It would be on the fence we just passed. Now, if I go backwards, I might get DQ'd. So I'm not going to go backwards to check that out.
Through. Not over yet.
I'll check it out a little bit later, but my brother's a photographer, and I was with him, and he had his camera, and it was perfect because there's like a small little opening on the fence they made specifically for photographers. You can just stick your camera through it. This would be cool if they have that detail in there. Now, in the distance here, you'll see way in the distance they have the bleachers surrounding for turn 3 at the oval. When the Indianapolis 500 happens, that's where I've sat for the last 2 years. Obviously, that's not accessible in the road course, so unfortunately we can't drive on the oval to get out in that section. But that's where I sat back there for the Indy 500. Now I'm going to pull all the way to the outside because if people are approaching, I'm going to give them room to pass me. And again, you will never see this many people spectating a GT race in Indianapolis. I'm telling you that right now.
Faster car approaching. Watch out.
Yes, that's really cool. You see more of a view of that parking lot back there. It's just really cool seeing it in person, you know? I mean, seeing it in the game, knowing you've seen it in person. That's what I meant to say. And again, that car shop thing up there, that's not just a banner. That's a bridge. And I've walked across that bridge. Now, something that would be really cool to see if they've replicated, and this whole stretch to the right, we walked across it. Now, in person, they didn't have those tents there. They did not have any tents like that. So I don't know where they got that from. I don't think that's the garages in the background there. It could be. Yeah, those are the garages, I think, in the background there, the car garages. I'm pretty sure it is, at least. Maybe. But yeah, this whole stretch, I walked across the whole thing and there wasn't any tents. Now this bridge here, they do have the staircases on both sides. You can see the staircases on both sides. You can walk up on the bridge.
Stay away from curbs.
But oh, they don't have it. So in real life, kind of in between the letter C and where those rectangle colors
Yellow
are.
flag in sector 1.
In real life, in between that letter C and those colors, there's like a tiny little nick opening where the banner is like different pieces. It's not one piece in real life. That banner's like
Watch out.
different pieces that go together kind of. But there's like a little tiny opening. And when you're standing on the bridge, you can like lean towards it and just peep through it. And you can see the cars entering into the back straight all the way back there. And you can just see them zip by. And when you're standing on that bridge, you can feel the bridge like vibrate hard, like, you know, shake when all those cars come rushing by on this back straight, which is pretty neat. And that, of course, lets you go and walk over to that side of the track, which we did that in real life. And then there should be a hill, if they got it right, there should be a hill on the left side at the end of this back straight. Let's see if they got that, which I don't want to miss anything, so we are going to keep looking around as we go by. I'm not sure if the garages were back there or if maybe it's... But yeah, so there should be a raised curb at the end of this back straight, but then there also should be... Yep, there's a grass hill there.
Yellow flag in sector 1.
So that's cool. They even replicated the observation hills on the grass that people can, you know, have a hill to get a good viewpoint. In real life, they have that hill there. I've sat on top of that grass hill in real life and watched the cars coming by, and They do have that sausage curb at the end there, which you definitely want to avoid. And they also have a runoff for people that know, like, that's for safety reasons. That's not, you're not supposed to cut in the inside there, but they have it there just in case for people that have to avoid wrecks at the end of the back straight. And yep, I've walked all the way across here too. It's really cool. So that is the museum in the background. Let's get a closer look at the museum over there. Oh, I'm sorry, Gray Fox. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, man. I was so distracted. I was like, let's get a closer look at the museum, and then I just turned right into Gray Fox. But yeah, that's the museum in the background. Yeah, that's funny. And it's interesting because when you take a tour around the museum, when they have a tour guide that is talking to you about everything in the museum and they walk you through, they finish a tour with you walking out the back of the museum, and the back doors that you can see in black and stuff, and the little cement block that's like in between them, that's accurate to real life. I remember being there in real life. And then they walk you out, and you're back there. That's the back of the building. So the back is not as presentable as the front. But I remember being back there, and then they kind of walk you out on the pavement, and they show you where the garages are, which should be more back there. Now, I don't want to get disqualified for going the wrong way, so we're going to stop there. Yeah, so on the tour, they'll walk you kind of out there to point to you where the garages are. It'd be a very long way to walk, so they kind of just get to where you can see it in the distance, and they just point to it. Unfortunately, you don't get to actually walk inside the garages in the museum tour. But I have taken the museum tour, and it is pretty interesting how they even replicated the back of that building accurately. And I also took a bus tour around the oval of the track. So that's the only time I've actually been out on the track in person, is a bus
Yellow
tour.
flag in sector 1. Faster car behind you.
But yeah, that's really cool, looking at the museum there. It's just cool how they got even the food venues around the place, even the porta potties. Let's take a closer look at the museum. Smash! I'm sorry, Gray Fox, that was pretty funny though. So those are restrooms right there. Yep, I know that's how the restrooms look. They're these really long buildings that look like that. Yep. So they don't just have porta potties there, they also have these big giant restrooms that look like that. Looks like another food venue. No, that's the medical building in the background. So they have a medical building there. IU Health is actually the sponsored company that works at that medical building that's sponsored. They have nurses that work at IU Health. They have a medical building back there for both spectators and drivers. They did say in the museum tour, more spectators have to go to that medical building there than race car drivers, and you guys would never guess. The main reason that people go to that, put in the chat your guesses first. Because I know the fact because the tour guide told us. So I actually know from the tour guide. But put in the chat, what do you think is the most common reason that people visit the medical building, or not visit, but what do you think is the most common reason that spectators have to be taken to the medical building here at the track? Put your guesses in the chat. I want to see if anybody can get it right. And Darnell, if you can hear me, feel free to guess it in the game chat. What do you guys think is the most common reason that people are taken to that medical building as spectators? You'd be maybe surprised at the most, because I remember the tour guide told us the reason. So guys, put in the chat.
Too drunk.
What? Too drunk? You're close. You're close. It kind of plays into it. Anyone else got any guesses? Because it's not alcohol. I guess I can contribute to the reason, but yeah. Now these are the suites. When you're watching the Indianapolis 500, they have these suites available. So that building you see with all the windows over there, Those are very, very expensive. Normally when celebrities
Finished
visit,
race.
celebrities reserve those suites and stuff to watch the Indianapolis 500. They have it air conditioned in there. They can bring you, it's very luxurious in there. They have staff that, kind of like you're in a restaurant, they bring you whatever you want, like food, drinks, anytime you want. They have like little balconies. You can walk outside if you want to watch the race, but then you can also watch it from the inside. They have televisions in there that you can watch the race from TV in there as well, but I don't know why you do that if you're there in person. Celebrities go there. You'd be surprised how many celebrities go to watch the Indianapolis 500. I know that the actor that played Thor, Chris Hemsworth, that's his name, right? He was here at the Indianapolis 500, and he was in one of those suites. These are very, very expensive. So we can get a better view of the museum here. Now, this is moving more towards the front of the museum, but we're still kind of at the side. You can see that medical building again at a closer view. I don't see any more guesses in the chat on the most common reason why people visit the medical building, so I'm going to go ahead and tell you guys. And it's because heat exhaustion. A lot of people that go to these races, it's in the summertime mostly, and they're out there and they're not drinking enough water, they're not in shade enough, and they end up having heat exhaustion, and so or heat strokes, things like that. That how hot it is outside and how crowded it is with all the people, it makes people get way too hot, and they can like faint from heat exhaustion. I've witnessed it a lot when I'm there. Like when I'm at the Indy 500s, I'll hear a lot of people gasping. I'll hear a lot of people looking looking away from the race and looking back in the audience, and I'll see like staff rushing to one place in the stands. So I'll be like, "What the heck's going on?" And of course, instinctually, when you see everyone looking one way, you look back and you see all the people rushing back, and everyone's asking each other, "What happened? What happened? What happened?" And word of mouth ends up passing its way down the bleachers, and eventually you hear that it's someone that fainted from heat exhaustion. And that's like you hear it so often when you're at these races. And when I was leaving the Indy 500 this year, there was somebody that was struggling with heat exhaustion on the way out. Like while I was walking out, I saw someone that was like stopped, and people were putting cold water bottles on her, and she was like, about ready to faint. And it's just crazy. You'd be surprised how hot it gets when there's 300,000 people like just jam-packed at this place. It is a huge place, but when there's 300,000 people there, over 250,000 people there, it gets very crowded despite it being 2.5 miles long, and then of course you got it like very wide as well as 2.5 miles long. So you think of like a hot summer day, and then you have all those people there as well. Now I'm going to use a restroom and I'll be right back, guys, but I'm really enjoying checking out all the details I put into this. I've only noticed one inaccuracy so far, and that's that they had blocked off the section where they would take the tow trucks to take the race cars off the track. That part in person is actually a small little gate that's only about up to your hip, so they can just swing open. But that's the only inaccuracy that I've seen so far. Now I'm going to go use the restroom, and I'll be right back, guys. Alright, I'm back. Gonna plug in the charger to my controller. So we got 5 minutes here. We're gonna just go ahead and we've seen everything we need to see on that half of the track. We're gonna go across half the track, past the back straight, and pick up where we left off. Hey, Irish Jerry. Do you pronounce it Gary or Jerry? I'm guessing it's Jerry. We had a good battle at Brands Hatch the other day. Yeah, man. I'm trying to give you guys a good tour, I guess, but I'm also just kind of soaking in for myself because, you know, with me being there in person 7 times, living so close to it. You know, I live half an hour away from it. I could just drive there anytime I want, really.
Yellow flag in sector 1.
I know quite a bit about it because of those things. So we're gonna just skip over back to where we left off here because we got interrupted by like the session ending. So, and again, that in the background is the bleachers for the pit lane. That's not a building there. You do see the observation tower in the background there. I'm pretty sure we saw the garages earlier, but it's going to be very hard to get a view of the garages from here, I'm going to be honest. And again, they did... Well, I guess there's 2 inaccuracies I've noticed so far. But this is a very, very, very minor inaccuracy, is that the banner that goes across this bridge, walking across the back straight, like I said earlier, should have a small little nick opening between the C and then those colors between it. I'm going to stay right where I am so someone can pass me here. There we go. But we're going to go right to where we left off. So we were making our way around the track museum back here. So that's the museum right there, that building that we're looking straight at. Well, they got the water tower in the background too. So that water tower, kind of past the trees, that's something that you definitely notice in person. I think it's a little bit taller in person though. In person, that water tower is gigantic. So they didn't quite capture the size of that water tower. Because that water tower in person, you can kind of see it past the trees on the left side of the screen there, but I'm telling you right now, in person, like when I watched the Indy 500 this year and last year, I was by turn 3, which would be way far back from where we are right now, like way, way, way on the back over there. The back of turn 3, you could look and you could see that water tower without using binoculars because it's just that tall. So anyways, we're making our way around the track museum. Now that building back there again is suites. Normally celebrities or really wealthy people go there. It's very, very expensive, and I think they only really use those at the Indy 500. They don't really use those at smaller races like a GT race. No way in hell are they going to have people in the suites. So, you know, technically it's 3 inaccuracies I've noticed actually, because there won't be as many people attending, and it's sad to say that, but you're never going to see a crowd this big that they have replicated here actually watching. Now, I do like how the bleachers that would be around the oval, all those little stairways you see lead from behind those stands. That's also accurate. Now, they should also have, on those little poles that hold like the support beams on that black fence, every now and then you should see this giant speaker. And I think here they have megaphones. That's not accurate to real life either. Those megaphones aren't there. And I think in the game it shows let's get a closer look. Let's go, if it's going to be on this side of the oval too. Like, well, no, I think I'm seeing, is that a megaphone or is that, actually I think that is accurate. Yeah, those are, yeah, those are like the speaker boxes. Those black little boxes you see that are clamped against the support beams, that lets you hear the commentators during the race. So the commentators' voices will come out of those big speakers. for the audience to hear. And you see, yeah, they got a speaker on all those support beams. Hey, Brigsby, I'm giving everyone like a little tour of Indianapolis here since it's like my home basically. So, oh, and that's another thing they got right there. That fence that goes. Let's go a little bit in reverse here, but wait till this car passes by. Okay.
Have to go get the kids, but dropping by.
Thanks as always, Brigsby. You didn't miss a whole lot because I'm kind of just giving a tour. It's not like a lot of intense action or anything, but yeah, they have like these fences for because it's down. It's interesting because it's kind of like slightly downhill outside of this camber of the turn, which is not what you'd like expect.
Hope
but
you'll be okay in the massive blizzard coming both of our ways.
Oh, I'm gonna be just fine.
Hands.
Don't you worry about me. Yeah, but all those boxes you guys see against these support beams, you see them on every
Yellow
support
flag in
beam.
Sector 1.
Those boxes are speakers for people to hear the commentators.
I worry about all my friends' brother folded hands.
Now, let's see if we can see. Yeah, so there's the front view of the museum over there. Let's view it head on. I'm gonna stop where I am. Okay. Let's view it head on. So that's the track museum in the background there. Now, that road that's right ahead of us, that goes underneath the track there. And I'm pretty sure that's where you enter when you're going to the parking lots to view the museum. Because you as a, fan or you can just drive underneath the track there and it leads to the parking lots around the museum. Can't really get a good view of the parking lots though. Looks like the session ended again. See what you did, Gray Fox? Man, if I was in a session on my own, I'd make it like, never ending and I could just keep going around and around. I'm just pulling your leg. Thanks for stopping by, Brigsby. No problem. No worries, brother. Thanks for the support. Have a good rest of your day, Briggs.
Lol.
Those of you that are in the chat, I'm talking to my audience right now. I mean, people that are in the game chat, you can mute me if you want. I'm just kind of talking to my live stream.
Yep, got ya covered. I'll try and make it back, but you know me, I got to stream too. Wish I could play this track pack.
30 seconds.
Yeah, Brigsby, I think this only came to PS5. I don't think this is for PS4, which is kind of unfortunate for people that own the PS4. I know that the update 1.8 that had the updated physics model also did not come to PS4. Sorry about that, bud. There's not really much left of the track that I want to observe.
Stay in double file.
Kind of just gonna again pick up where we left off. Definitely not gonna be going around fast just yet. I'm just kind of.
It's available for me, but yeah, a PS4, huh? At least I can see you race, huh?
Yeah, and again, Brigsby, I'm not racing by any means right now. I'm kind of just taking a tour around this place.
Waving hand.
One thing I also want to say real quick. Oh, hey, another thing I just noticed. the Motor Speedway's logo being on the edge of this barrier on the left here.
Go, go, go.
That's another accuracy. Oh, also, that tower you see behind me, well, not tower, but that giant, like, pole that sticks way up in the sky, that normally shows the standings on the race. So it'll have, like, a row going downwards that shows, you know, P1, P2, P3, P4, all the way down. But it'll also, they can make that whole thing turn into, like, a color, normally to show what flags it is. So, like, if it goes to green when the race starts and it's a green flag, that whole rectangle will turn green, so the whole stands can see that. And then also, if it turns into a yellow flag, that whole thing will turn yellow. When it's a checkered flag, they'll have like see the animation of the American flag kind of flashing across it? They'll have an animation of a checkered flag that goes across it when the race is over, when people are crossing the line after it. But yeah, I like how they also got the big stand for the flag waver to stand on. That's an iconic sight there. And of course, my first time seeing it now, the row of bricks. Now, do they make it actually look like bricks? Yes, they do. It's a tradition. So this row of bricks here at the start and finish line, I don't know how much people know about the history behind the track, people that are watching, but for the longest time, and the history of the track, it was actually paved with bricks instead of asphalt. And they would have bricks going across. They wanted to keep a little bit of those bricks. They didn't want to completely cover the whole thing, so they kept a little strip of the bricks there on the start and finish line. And it's tradition for drivers, after the race is over, they go out and kiss the bricks, you know. So that's tradition. It's really cool, you know, seeing that row of bricks. Of course, it's more cool in person, but again, you'd never see this many people in the stands at a GT race. But it is accurate how now they should have the Indianapolis Motor Speedway logo painted on the end of the track, close to turn number 1 on the road course. Let's get close to turn number 1 and see if the logo is going to be to the side there. It should be on the left, and we should see the logo kind of up here. Is it up there? Yes, it is. Look at that. They really paid attention to detail here. They really paid attention to detail here. You know, I'm like, they should have this, and then I see it, and I'm like, they should have that, and then I see it. I've only noticed like some very, very minor inaccuracies, so I'm really satisfied with how accurate this is, to say the least. I'm going to try to stay around the outside as I make my way across here so I don't get in anyone's way. Which, of course, is going to be hard to stay around the outside of every turn, but I'll be going real slow. And I'll be sticking around the outside to just let people pass here.
Faster car coming up behind. Watch out.
Alright. So we left off at the front of the museum. So let's go all the way back over there. I know we keep getting interrupted by the sessions ending. I'm trying to just take my sweet old time just looking at everything. This is going to be so fun to race here, because it means something special to me, because this is my home track, you know. This turn right here is where you see a lot of overtakes happen. Lots of overtaking potential on that turn. As far as the races I watch in person, that is. That turn that we just passed back there. Lots of overtaking happens there. Okay, so... Oh, we passed right by the museum, so I didn't mean to do that. But we saw enough of the museum, to be honest. You guys have seen it enough, so... I mean, there's not much more to observe. I think I've pretty much seen everything I need to see, to be honest. Yeah, I think that's it, guys.
Faster car behind you.
I think we've seen pretty much everything there is to look at, so let's try to do a few laps here. I'm going to start off slow and not try to break any world records or anything. Just try to get a feel for this and get used to how it feels. Oh, I wasn't expecting you have to brake that hard for turn number 1. So that's something to learn right away. Okay. The track's actually more bumpy than I was expecting, considering when you look at it on TV and stuff, I mean, and in person, it looks real flat. But my car's kind of bouncing around as I go across it.
Yellow flag, be careful. Faster car coming up behind you.
One thing I want to just get off my chest and say, I'm not sure if he's listening in the game chat right now, but Ace McCoy, I do want to just go ahead and say it wasn't right on me to, I know we had a bit of a conflict yesterday, and it wasn't right on me to seek revenge.
Faster car approaching, watch out.
You know, I'm
Car on the right, clear on the right.
working to be better, not just as a driver, but to keep my composure during stress too, and I know, look man, I'm sorry for seeking revenge after, oh geez, I'm distracted. Yep, I think that's the only time I've ever sought revenge on ACC, and wasn't a good look on me. And I know a lot of people are seeing it on my stream, so yeah, I apologize for that. Not even sure if he's listening or if he's still in the lobby. No, he left. Okay. He wasn't here for a little bit. But yeah,
We are halfway through, keep it up.
Yeah, I messaged him too on PSN because I just wanted to make things right with him. I'm not really particularly too proud of, I mean, to make a long story short, I was in RA Shadow's public lobby for his stream, and we were at Nürburgring, and the hairpin before the S-curves, the Schumacher S-curves, the hairpin leading right up to that, he definitely did a super aggressive lunge towards the inside and just shoved my car out of the way. And RA Shadow even noticed, because he was right behind it actually. The streamer was right behind us when that happened, and he definitely was like, whoa, that was a bit of a lunge. And yeah, he like physically pushed me out of the way when I was already on the inside, and it just seemed very intentional, and it got me kind of, like they call it, the red mist. I was just way too... Yep. I was way too pissed off, and now, to be fair, I didn't try to, like, ram him. I was trying to do back kind of the same thing he did to me, which is just kind of, like, gently push my car away, or push my car wide, and I tried to do that back to him, and, like, I didn't try to, like, ram him super hard. I was trying to just kind of do the same thing he did back to me, but I ended up spinning my own car in the process. And so I guess that's karma for me seeking revenge. Yep. Have you been to the track in person, like me, or? Yeah, I definitely wasn't sim racing way back then. Yeah. This is the GT World Challenge layout. They do a different, a little bit of a different layout. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I literally like I've been streaming for over Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Oh, but I mean I'm okay. Well, I mean not everyone lives close enough. Like I mean I live only half an hour away, so it's easy for me to visit it in person. I've been to 7 races here actually, and yeah, I'm wearing the first time I went was actually in 20. Well, it depends on what you count as the first time. I went here as a little kid, but I was way too young to remember. But technically, my first time was in 2014. But the tires that blew out, yeah. You're right. Yep, all those tires just like went. Well, you know why that is, right? It's because the track on the oval, at least, is diamond cut, so it's very sharp. Like when I've walked on the track in person, and you can feel it in your shoes. Like it's very textured, you know. That I actually don't know. I do know that this year, actually, just recently, last month, was the very first nighttime race ever held here, actually. Yeah, it was... No. It was actually this exact organization, GT World Challenge, that raced here last month, and it was the first nighttime race. They raced the Indy 8 hour. It started at noon. It went until 8 o'clock at night, and it got dark out, pretty much almost pitch black, actually. And because GT cars like these, they have headlights, you know. But it's pretty cool. It's going to take me a while to get used to how to... It's going to take me a while to get used to this track, though. It seems pretty technical. Hang on a second. I'm gonna try to turn voice chat up on my audio because I can barely hear you over the engine now that I'm driving. Is there voice chat in the... No, this is my first track I'm trying in the American Trackback, and for obvious reasons, since I live next to it. I'll get around to the other tracks afterwards. Can you turn up voice chat? Because I'm not seeing it. Well, I think that's some party chat. Let me check. Yeah, it's actually grayed out. I just went there and it's grayed out, and it's not letting me select it. So I went to exactly where you're talking about. That's what I'm about to do. I had it turned up just for more immersion, but I'm going to turn it back down. Now I should be able to hear you just fine.
Low tire pressure, stay away from curbs.
Try to say something real quick so I can just see. might have to turn it down even more. Yeah, it's still too loud. This is a loud game. Oh, because I didn't hit confirm, duh.
The leader has finished the race.
Okay, that's better. Well, I mean, I'm here to do both, because, I mean, this is just an experience for me, you know? I'm not jumping straight in to try to, like, set lap times right off the bat. I'm kind of just exploring, you know? And that's why I was driving around real slow at first. And when I was like talking all about the track, I'm live streaming right now, so I was like talking to my viewers, you know. I don't think I have much people watching right now. Actually, I got 4 people watching, so you're talking to a small group of people, but yeah, they should be able to hear you. YouTube, it's the same channel. The channel name is the same name as my PSN name here. And okay, thank you, man. You can see too in my live streams, I've always worn a Indianapolis Motor Speedway hat in every live stream I do, like way before this was even announced to come out on this game. So, yeah. Dude, when they set off the fireworks at nighttime, it was actually a pretty cool view. Well, I mean when they did it in real life. I apologize in advance because I'm about to try to go a little bit faster on this track and I'm probably going to suck ass at it to start out. That's debatable. I mean, how long have you played ACC for?
Green light, show them what you got.
Yeah, you played it a lot longer than me. I've played ACC for just like about a little over a month, seriously, and 3 months ago I started like experimenting with ACC. Yeah, I'm adjusting my dampers because this track's actually more bumpy than I was expecting. And actually, it'll be a interesting thing to test out here if I turn the soft dampers up, or the slow dampers up, and turn the fast dampers down. It can kind of help with consistency more than lap times. I feel like having the right setup just helps you not make mistakes as much, or just be more in control of the car more than anything. And it start out the word pack. I don't know if YouTube thinks pack is like a racial slur or something. Well, that works for me. More space to make mistakes and not worry about slamming into people. Oh, I have no idea. I didn't even check that. My essay's so high that I don't even have to check. Well, I was just kind of making sure my setup's okay. Do I what? 99. Or what do you mean by 99? I'm confused. Oh, my camera's blocking it. Hang on. 87 right now. But that's after pretty dirty racing. Yep. Well, I was spending time in public lobbies yesterday. That should tell you everything you need to know. And of course I said I sought revenge against someone, so that's terrible for SA. Yeah, and it's bugged in console. Turn 1, you gotta brake so hard at. What marker are you braking at? 'Cause it'll help me out. Well, I just went through the section earlier that Colton Herta pulled off that amazing save at during the Grand Prix this year. Oh, yikes. Okay, that turn I have to brake way harder at than I was expecting. I'm on the runoff currently. This is going to take some time to get used to. I think if you brake just before the 400 mark, will be the sweet spot at the turn number 1. Yeah. Yeah, this is quite an experience for me. I need to get way better at this though, because I'm just doing so bad right now. It's hard to find a braking reference for the back straight though. Jeez, I'm going wide. Oh my gosh, this is tricky. This is not easy. I've just lots of AI racing first off, and then just racing clean when I'm online. Okay, so I figured out the sweet spot for turn number 1. Brake in between the 500 and 400. Yeah. Need to get towards the outside of the back straight earlier than that. These S-curves are very tricky, especially on that next part there. Starting to see some adjustments I can make to my tune. Well, I actually made clearance on that turn for once. Didn't go on the runoff. So that turn that leads into the front straight. Oh, my lap time is nothing impressive right now, but that last turn that leads into the front straight, that's the turn that just last month, this K-Pax Lamborghini I'm in, the black one, he lost control and overcorrected, and his car just slammed into that barrier, and it was in pieces. It was shattered. And since I'm obviously a supporter of K-Pax Lamborghini, because it's like my... What? Yeah. But since I'm a fan of K-Pax Lamborghini, obviously, since I'm driving it, but that's what I was rooting for and I was watching, and so when I saw him bend it, I was like, no! But I mean, if that happened in ACC, you could just repair the car in the pits. In real life, I mean, the damage was so severe that he had to retire. He was done. Man, I'm still going really deep in that turn. Really struggle there. I know, I see you. I'm just gonna park my car on the inside, because the session's pretty much already over. Yeah, my lap time is just terrible right now. I'm just trying to get used to it for now. That is kind of strange how the exact guy that I got pissed off at yesterday just popped in this lobby like temporarily, and I'm like, oh, hello. Right, because not many people have it on PS5. I wish I had crossplay. Isn't that true with every game? Isn't that true with every game? Okay, I really have to pee. I gotta use the restroom. I'm sorry, I'll be right back.
30 seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
'Alrighty, I'm back. I'm gonna adjust my setup a little bit. I'm gonna give it more. I'm gonna give it more toe out on the front, more toe in on the rear. So you need a lot of exaggerated toe angle because of just how tight these turns are. You know, you need this ability on the rear on the exit when you get back on throttle because you're at such a tight angle through the mid corner. The exit can make you fishtail if you punch it. So that excess toe angle on the rear should help stabilize it back on throttle. And then increased toe out on the front should help with the turn in upon corner entry. Looks like my tires are getting too hot, so we're going to turn those down as well. Camber seems fine. I'm going to leave ABS at 5 because there's some very heavy braking zones here, so I want to make sure I don't lock up the brakes. I'm going to open up the differential just a tiny bit more because it feels like I need a little bit more rotation. So we're going to have the differential at 90. We'll try that. Bump stop range. Now I've raised the front ride height just to compensate for how bumpy some sections of the track is, but also to kind of raising the front ride height can sometimes increase max speed down the straight, and there is a pretty large straight here. But to compensate for that could cause some understeer. I just decreased the rear wing. Now hopefully I'll still have enough stability. I should make it to where everything should be good there. So I'm going to test this out. I've made quite a few adjustments to the slow dampers, the rake, rear wing, and like a tiny change of the brake bias, but a big change of the differential. and the toe angles. We'll see if this improves it. Man, this is so cool racing at the track that I'm the most passionate about and have been in person. This is a gigantic pit lane. It's like a 2-mile long pit lane. Reminds me of Spa. Where exactly is the track limits merging into the track from pit lane? Because it keeps telling me I'm breaking the track limits. Slowly getting the hang of this. Up, up, up. You know, this kind of feels like a miniature Silverstone, the infield does, almost. Like a very, very small version of Silverstone. Maybe that's just me.
We are at the halfway mark, still a long way to go.
It takes me a little while to get used to a new track, you know? Especially because I have assist turned off, so I don't have like the driving line helping me out, telling me when to brake and all that. I just try to figure it out on my own. I'm on the steering wheel. Just a Logitech G29 for now. You know, eventually when I'm not super poor, I want to upgrade to a Fanatec setup. How'd you like that? Nice. The Thrustmaster one? Nice. Oh, almost lost it. I can already tell, once I start nailing this, it's going to be so fun. Because a real technical track like this one, once you figure out how to maneuver it, it's so satisfying, you know? Yeah, for sure. You know, I think on the back straight, instead of looking at the meter markers, it might be better to look at those CrowdStrike little, like, signs. But the downside of that is, what if people hit it during the race? They can knock them down. It is risky business using signs on the side of the track that are just on the ground as a braking reference. But I like how the meter markers are actually on the fence, so people can't knock those down. Okay, not the best exit onto the back straight there. I need to work on that. See, it's not too tricky leading up to the back straight. It's the second half of the track that gets very difficult. Like, it gets more technical the longer the lap goes on. The beginning of it's nice and smooth, lots of flow. But then the end of it has some really tight corners. But my lap times are improving each time, though. So that's good. Are you staying in 5th gear at the front straight, or are you going up to 6th? Okay.
Waving hand.
Hey, Darnell. Oh, I could have been way stronger leading in that back straight there. That's one of my biggest weaknesses so far, I think. Definitely braked too late there. Okay, alright, so I was doing it correctly then. I was just seeing if you were doing it any different than me. Oh. You know, I'm not really a huge fan of Sector 3. I feel like Sector 3 is just really awkward. Sector 3 is really awkward. There's not much. Sector 3 just has the least amount of flow compared to the rest of the track. You know, like Sector 3 is just really awkward, especially on that that 90-degree turn that leads up to the second to last turn before the front straight. The one that's like the real tight 90-degree one. I hate that one. Because you have a 90... but there's like a sausage curve there, isn't there? So you have to be real careful. Okay. I might adjust my tune more here too, and see what's tricky about that the most is not that turn itself.
Go, go, go.
It's not that turn itself that I dislike the most. It's the fact that right after you get out of that 90-degree turn, there's immediately another turn right after it, and it's arguably the most important turn of the whole lap that leads right after it. Alright, let's try this out. This pit lane is painfully long though. You know, I do want to experiment and try entering the pit lane from a lap to see how the entrance to pit lane is like. Oh, way too late on the brakes. And now we got dirty tires. Back into the grass again. Oh my gosh.
Hey Luke, how is the new content?
Hey, ACC, how's it going, man? You missed me doing a nice tour of this track since I live here and I've been here several times. I'm kind of just trying to get used to taking laps around it now, which this is a very technical track. It's very difficult, so it's going to take me a while to nail it. Someone broke apart those signs over there. I see someone really went deep. Somebody else.
Totally forgot this was releasing today.
Yeah, it's here, man. It is here today. You should download it. Oh, jeez. This is a lot harder than it looks. This is arguably the second most difficult track I've driven on. Oh my goodness.
Yellow flag in sector 1. Well done, mate. This is where you cross first.
Always brake too late there. Oh my gosh.
Losing time in sector 3. Session is now open. Yellow flag in sector 1.
Kaboom!
Time is invalidated. Please try to stay on the track.
I wish you could drive around the whole oval. I wish they didn't block it off. That'd be awesome. If they let you drive around the whole oval, we could just, like, have a race around the oval ourselves. And, like, you know what I mean? Like, even though the game wouldn't count it as laps, and it would keep saying our lap time is invalidated every single time, we'd just still, like, drive around the oval ourselves racing. That would be hilarious, actually. I wish you could do that.
Seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. 5.
So who do you guys think is going to win? I have my money on Gray Fox. I think Gray Fox is going to blow us away.
Green light, give it all you got. Car on the right. Clear on the right.
Ooh, that was close.
Clear on the right.
Great Fox, I saw that. I kind of turned out of your way too. We both tried to avoid that.
Car on the right.
Ferrari's
Clear
making a
on the
move
right.
on the inside. Oh no, he fell back. Oh, fishtailed a tiny bit there.
Yellow flag in sector 3.
Ah!
Car on the right. Clear on the right.
Ah! Kind of went in the grass there.
Clear on the right. Car on the right. Clear
Rookie
on the
mistake on my part.
Right. Car on the right. Clear on the right.
This is a very fun track.
Well done, mate. You've lost a step so far.
Oh no! Oh no!
I like your streams, Luke. Hope to see your channel grow.
Clear on the right.
Hey, thank you, Icy. I really appreciate it, man. I was doing good at the start of this race. I had to let that Mercedes pass because he was going way faster than me. Oh, man. Ah, my gosh. I'm getting so much oversteer on corner exit. Oh, that's deep, that's deep, that's deep. Ooh, we still made it. Someone just murdered the the markers there.
Yellow flag ahead. Good job.
Hey, Super Block, I dare you to ram, how did I forget his name? What is his name? Gray Fox. Don't actually do that, that's a joke.
Yellow flag in sector 3.
Oh my gosh. See, the corner exits are so tight on this that I'm gonna have to adjust my setup to compensate for that. Especially with brake bias and all that, and might have to change a differential, toe angle, all that stuff. meh.
We are halfway through. Keep it up. Yellow flag in sector 1. Losing to the car ahead in sector 1.
I don't know if I need to go down to first gear for that turn or not. I could stick in second, maybe. Gonna have to turn my fan up. This room's turning into a sauna.
Well done, mate. The fastest lap so far.
I'm gonna try second gear here. No, second gear I go way too wide, so yep. I was right in going down to first there.
Slow car ahead.
Oh, what was I doing there? Oh my God.
Neither has finished the race. Right, this is good job, mate. I think that's bring it back to the bins.
I was about to do that. You stole my idea.
Right where you punctured.
Oh, I punctured a tire. Look at all this smoke.
You've got a puncture on the left rear.
Okay, so I'm gonna leave the lobby temporarily here, and I'm going to actually take a look at my Silverstone tune because I think this is actually more identical to Silverstone um, than it is Barcelona. But before I do that, I'm gonna use the restroom. But I'm gonna copy my Silverstone tune as far. The only thing I'm gonna copy from the Silverstone's tune is just the bump stop range and the dampers, and the ride height. Bump stop range, dampers, and ride height. But I'll be right back. Alright, so like I said, I'm about to just take pictures of my Silverstone tune as far as the dampers and bump stop range and ride height, all that. So, wireless controller on the settings. Go into setup. Load and qualifying tune, whatever. And take pictures of both these tabs. I'm going to go back and try this out on... because this stuff should transfer well to Indy. Yeah, this is a little bit different than what I was trying out, and the surface kind of feels similar to Silverstone. So we're going to try out this stuff. Okay. So we're not copying everything exactly how it is from the Silverstone tune, but I got the information I need. I'm going to transfer this stuff to Indianapolis now and see if that makes a difference. I'll go back and join their public lobby again. If I can find it again. Yep, there it is. We'll go ahead and connect. So we're rejoining their lobby. I'll go ahead and mute my voice chat just so that they don't keep having to keep hearing me. And now I'll go... First of all, I'll load the test, but have a little bit less camber on the rear. That should help the rear tires stay a little bit more planted. And it's only by like 0.1 degrees, but it might make a tiny difference. A lot less toe on the front. Now, here's the most critical part. So I'm going to open the pictures I took of the Silverstone stuff, and I'm really going to just copy what I have down there. So... you know, I can probably benefit from anti-roll bar being a 6. Brake bias can be, yeah, 64.6 is probably fine. Now, wheel rates are probably too high considering how bumpy the track can get. So let's make it 16, I think. Orientation's wrong on this, but anyway, I'll just kind of look at it with a sideways head.
Me and Nell gonna have a looky at Watkins.
Oh, wait, Gray Fox, before you shut down this lobby, let me, I'm just finishing up this tune and then I'll save it on my presets. Please just wait like 5 more seconds. I'm on the aero tab right now. Okay, I'm just gonna save this as test 2. All right, now you can shut it down and change it to Watkins. I'm gonna
not
stick
shutting
with
it down, you're good.
okay. Oh, so this lobby's staying up then. All right. Well, I'm just gonna
I
keep.
got 3 servers running.
Okay. Well, you know what then? If you're not in this one, I'm just gonna open a practice session on my own in single player then, so I can just have the whole track to myself for a eternal session kind of, to where it never runs out, and I can just have practice the whole time. And I'm gonna set the weather exactly how Indianapolis is right now, which I think that's how it was. 11% clouds in the sky. Well, it is a different hour now, so I'm gonna open AccuWeather again, and yeah, it has changed. So right now it's a little bit colder than it was before. So it's gonna be 19 degrees out, and this is how it is right now at that track in real life. So cloud cover is 10%, so a little bit less clouds in the sky, but it is getting kind of relatively laid out for Indianapolis at least. So that should be good. And hopefully our tires won't get too cold. You can, like, Fahrenheit, it's still like what, like, because I use Fahrenheit instead of Celsius, so I know right here where I live it's 68 degrees. I do live half an hour away from there, so I live pretty close to it, and it's 68 degrees over here, in Fahrenheit, that is. So I'm going to go ahead and load that setup that I'm going to try out, test number 2. This should be pretty golden, but what we're going to do is we're going to bump up the tire pressures because it is a little bit colder out. Okay, so apart from the tires being a little cold just because of it being, like, you know, below 70 degrees out, this should be a pretty solid tune. And it's cool that we're doing this and replicating the actual weather too. So now we'll change it back to steering wheel. Let's try this out.
Green light. Give it all you can.
This would be a good way for me to really get used to the track, because I won't have, like, sessions ending all the time. I just have a practice session that goes as long as I want it to go. And again, this pit lane is just enormous. Alrighty, so I'm going to test out this tune. It's going to be drastically different from the tune I was testing out. It's a lot more sunny than it was in the lobby, but this is how it is in real life right now. You know, I might need more downforce for this track, honestly. The track this like twisty and curvy, so many different twists and turns, I might need a lot more rear wing, but I'm getting understeer now too. This is going to be difficult to get a tune just right for this. Okay, tires are heating up nice. Ooh, into the grass, kind of. That corner is kind of tricky. Pretty wide there. That's way too wide. You know, I think I actually need to close the diff a little bit more. Feels like it's hitting the bump stop on that last turn, which reminds me of Barcelona a lot. So I might need to open up the bump stop by just a few increments. A lot tighter than last lap there. That's nice. Ooh, that was good. Yeah, I'm gonna have to close the diff up. Brake temperatures seem fine. I can already tell, though, this is a massive improvement from the other tune I was trying. That's really deep. Getting decent lap times for once, though. For being as new to the track as I am. A little too early on the throttle there, didn't have the right angle as well. See, I'm having a dilemma here where I feel like it's not agile enough on corner entry, but it's overly agile on corner exit, and that might have everything to do with the diff. I mean, I can also, I can do only so much with the toe angles. I think that has more to do with the diff. It's definitely locking out on that bump stop. Just went over the grass there. So yeah, we're gonna make some adjustments here. We're gonna go ahead and park the car. Back to the garage, and okay, tires, we're getting too hot on the left. Okay. So we're gonna, first things first, we're gonna make the bump stop range from 5 to 6 might help a little bit, because we don't want to increase that too much, because then it'll be too agile. Which, again, it's too agile on corner, or it's not. It's too agile on corner exit. So I had notes that I've taken on my phone to remind me the implications of when you change values on tuning, especially on the differential, because that can get complicated. So that's why I had notes to remind me. I'm going to check the chat on my phone to make sure that, okay. Just making sure I didn't miss any messages in chat. Now, okay, so my tuning notes on my phone, if I go to my notes on differential, okay, so the more I open the diff, it's going to be more agile on turn-in, a better exit, but less traction and mid-corner understeer. So I do need it to be more agile on the turn-in, and left's diff does say it'll have a better exit, but that doesn't mean a more stable exit. So if I put the differential closer to the max, aka closing the diff, it'll be more rotation on throttle. That might help us here. Might get high-speed understeer. That will hurt us in both the turns leading up into the straights. Better entry, worse exit, but better traction. The better traction part, that part I can really use. You know, I think I'm gonna increase the brake bias some here. I'm gonna make the brake bias higher. Let's make it a 66.4, which is pretty high, but that can probably come in handy in a track like this. We already have quite a bit of downforce. Let me look at how the camber was. So the inside was, on the rear tires, the inside was not too much hotter than the middle. So I probably shouldn't turn the camber down too much more than it is. We're gonna do this though. We're gonna make the camber 3.9 on the right. Okay. So a tiny bit uneven camber there, but that's just because I'm looking at the temperatures of the tires on the inside, middle, and outside. And I'm very cautious on changing the values of the toe angles because that might not be the right thing to do, because that's like the most simplistic thing. I mean, I honestly could just... Anti-roll bar is going to impact every bit of the corner. So, you know, if I'm... Because the thing is, I want it to be more agile on turn in because that's where it's suffering for... It's not agile enough there. But then it's too agile on the exits. So if I increase the front anti-roll bar, that will help on the corner exits, but it'll make it way too stiff and locked up on corner entry because we're already suffering from understeer there. This is a tough dilemma to try to work around.
Have you ever used Eris Drive's Engineer bot?
Engineer bot, you mean? I don't think so. I've never even heard of that. I mean, right now I'm kind of just brainstorming. I like to make my own tunes. I really don't copy. I've tried all those other tunes that people set, and none of it really works for my driving style. So I'm really deep in thought to think what I need to fix here. I mean, I could just experiment with. I already changed a brake bias, and I could, you know, let's make that a 66.2 actually. I really don't know if I want to change the anti-roll bars, because anti-roll bars is like an all-around change. It's going to impact the entire corner. And I don't want the entire corner to change. I want to change specifically the entry and exit, because they're having opposite problems on both ends of the corner.
It's a setup tool created by AxDev.
Yeah, I know like how to tune. It's just this is a very difficult track to tune for. I might do this. I think the diff is going to be where I should start to experiment with. I did change the brake bias a tiny bit, but I think I'm going to experiment here. I'm going to make one test tune where I put the diff real high, and then I'll do a different test where I put the diff real low, and I'll see which one feels overall better. And if none of that really makes me satisfied, then I might go and change a toe, because changing the toe angle here is going to be a lot more risky, and it might have like a more of a point of no return. So I'm gonna experiment with the differential more first. So let's go to the diff and well, first of all, I think the changes made here should be overwriting test number 2 in the first place, because I know for a fact that I needed to open up the bump stop range on the front wheels by 1 increment. And I know that sounds like a very minute difference, but it's going to make a difference. Trust me, even 1 increment there, because as close as the bump stop range is to the wheel rate on the front wheels, when it's that close, every increment's going to make a big difference. And it's why I had it real close together first, because then you want to get away with the closest distance you can get away with, the better. So you always want to start real close and keep seeing how, like, okay, I need to open it a little bit more. Okay, it's still locking. I need to open it a little bit more. And each time you open it a little bit more and have the bump stop a little bit further away, that's going to make you realize how much you can get away with rather than doing it the other way around. You never want to like start with it going all the way out. You want to start off with the bump stop range close together to the wheel rate, and then if it feels like it's locking up on full throttle turning, and you can feel the bump stop just compressing to its maximum rate, and then the springs just don't really bend anymore on the turn, and you can physically feel it, like the car's rotating on full throttle, like that last turn before the front straight here, just like in Barcelona, like it's a very long turn that you need to make clearance, and you're going full throttle on that turn too, despite it being a tight turn, and so you can feel that bump stop hitting there, and you can feel like when the car's tilting to the side, it hits that bump stop, and then it locks in, and then you're no longer, like, it's going to keep rotating as much as it was, and it's not going to increase in its rotation anymore. It hits that bump stop, and you're dead set on there, and it's just going to keep rotating as much as it was. So that can be a problem, and so that's why I increased that bump stop range by just one more increment, and now we're just going to put wireless controller so we can just, we can just save that little change we made there, the bump stop range and the brake bias. And now, while we're at it, we're going to experiment with the differential, like I said. So let's start first by setting a pretty high diff. So we're going to do 220. And I'll go ahead and label this test 3. And then we'll make one where the differential is really low. Let's do like 60. And then I will label this test 4. Okay. So we're going to load in test 3 first with the diff really closed. And we're going to see how it feels with the diff really closed. So opening my notes again to just remind myself of what I should expect with the diff being closed. I should have, okay, so more rotation on throttle, high speed understeer, better entry, worse exit. So that might not be the best solution here, but better traction. And we're suffering on traction too, so it seems like no matter what I do with the diff, I'm going to be struggling somewhere. So I'm wondering if the solution might be to do a high diff like this, or do a closed diff like this, have the values of the preload really high, have the differential real closed up, so that way I get better traction overall without increasing traction control, because all that does is limit your throttle input, which can slow you down. So a differential evens out the throttle input between the wheels during cornering, so that can actually help your lap times if you do it right. And I'm suffering for traction mid-corner even, so having a high differential might work here, but the dilemma there is that I'm going to have, and I'm already suffering with the entry and the exit. But this says better entry, worse exit. And I was suffering on the entry with understeer, and this says you'll have a better entry. I was having, the car was too agile on the exit, and this says a worse exit, but we don't need a better exit. So this might be the solution here, is closing the diff. Honestly, this might be a world of difference. So closing the diff here should be a miracle. We're going to see how that feels. And if I still feel like I need to, I can change the values of the toe angles, but we're not going to do that just yet. It's kind of like if your doctor is prescribing new medications to you, it wouldn't be very safe to go on like 10 different medications at once, because if you start to get severe headaches, how are you going to know which of those new medications is causing the severe headaches? Because you just introduce a lot of new stuff to your system and your body. It's the same way with tuning this car. Like if you change a lot of different things in the tune all at once, and then you run into a problem, how are you going to diagnose which of those changes is causing that problem? It's going to be a lot harder to know, where, here, like, changing the toe angle and the differential are both going to dramatically impact, corner entry and exit. And so I would rather change them one at a time rather than changing them all at once, so I can better pick out what's impacting what. So before we do anything with the toe angles, we just change the differential. Now this should really help. And if it's good enough, I might not even try having the diff open. I might not even try test number 4. So, all right. So to recap, having the differential close here is going to help us with traction, which is our biggest issue right now, arguably. But also, it should help both on making it more agile upon corner entry, and then less agile on corner exit, which normally would be a flaw. But in this instance, it's not, which is rare. So let's see how this works out. And it should really lock the car up on mid-corner, and that's also a place where I'm getting oversteer is mid-corner. Well, not so much oversteer as just not having it be stable enough. I don't even need to have pit limiter on. I'm in a practice session. I can just speed in pit lane without any consequences. I'm already feeling more confidence to put the power down more. The brake bias change is helping with trail braking. Okay, probably can... that's probably more driver error than tune error. And that's another thing, is when you're making a tune on a track that you're very unfamiliar with, you've got to be able to differentiate which is driver error and which is an error in your tune. Is it a mechanical error or is it driver error? This is feeling a lot better actually already. I didn't feel it hit that bump stop as early as it would before. See, I told you that one increment makes a difference. Mayday, mayday! This is feeling a lot better though. And the tires are slowly coming up to temperature too, and that's when the real test will begin. I have so much more confidence to put the power down now, and I can be so much faster. I think I really struggled there though. I'm using too much throttle right before the back straight. Still trying to get used to this track.
South to Lane Mayor Gamurit. Please. South to Lane Mayor Gamurit.
Give me a second, guys. All right. Had to hang on a second. Had to remove a spammer. Sorry about that.
Hey.
Ah. Oh my goodness. Oh man.
What's your verdict so far, mate? I have to get back on Axe and have a whirl.
My verdict on the tune adjustments I'm making, or the verdict on how I like the track, or... please elaborate, I'm sorry. Oh my... close your eyes, you guys didn't see that. You didn't see that.
All of it grinning face tuning and tracks.
Well, the adjustments I made to my tune right here, I think that, so let me go back and actually check how that's doing on the tune. Let me see how it's impacting everything. So...
Ha ha ha, I saw it winking face.
No, you didn't. You didn't see it. I don't care what you say. You didn't see that happen. Because I say you didn't see it. Anyways, it looks like... Okay, this... Indianapolis is a harsh track on your car on almost everything. It's really bumpy. It's also extremely hard braking zones everywhere. Like, not just the end of the straights. You have to brake harder than almost any other straight in this whole game. But also, a lot of the corners just in the infield, you still have to brake super hard. So, it's hard on your brakes. So, you might need to open up the brake decks more than normal on most tunes. It's also one of the most technical tracks ever. I mean, it's... Because of the nature of it being an infield, you got to think of like how... Okay, take like Silverstone, for instance. There's so much more land that it covers in general, where this is in the middle of an oval that's only 2.5 miles around, so... on the inside, it is quite a bit of space. However, when you take the oval, like you have one straight here and one straight there, there's not much in between there as far as this way, right? So a lot of the turns have to be very sharp then to just do what they can with that space in between the ovals. So the infield, by nature, is very technical, very advanced track to maneuver around fast. It's tricky. It's tricky. It's going to throw you off when you're starting out on it. But once you start to learn it...
See? Nada. The infilled corners are quite flat too, which must chew the tires.
Yeah, I was getting to that. I was saying the tires take a beating at this track as well. Primarily because you're turning sharp the whole time. You're kind of at the absolute edge of how much G's your car can corner at on almost every single corner. And then, of course, when you're going on the oval, that's diamond cut pavement, which is going to be very harsh on your tires as well. So, normally the straights will give you room to breathe as far as like the brakes and tires and all that. Obviously, it will with the brakes, but I mean, your tires going across the straights arguably are going to be under even more pressure because now you're going incredibly fast over a diamond cut pavement. So, I think this is the only track in the game, only track in ACC that has diamond cut pavement in it. So, and they have it diamond cut because at the Indy 500, they know that helps to keep cars planted when they're going over 230 miles an hour. GT3 cars are not going to be going 230 miles an hour. So this track isn't particularly meant for this type of car, but it is very fun to drive though. And they do drive this in real life. I've been there in person, GT cars. I'm kind of just brainstorming here. It's a very tricky track to get your tune just right because what I was suffering from a lot is that I was getting understeer upon corner entry and then not enough stability and traction on corner exit. It's just like the opposite dilemma that you'd usually get in most tracks. And so I close the diff tremendously, and I think that's helping a lot. Closing the differential, see how high I have the values on the preload. That's closing the diff up. It's going to make it so that you're going to get overall just better traction, which is something that you really, really want here. And that's what you want to do, because most people, if they don't know what they're doing with tuning, if they're like, oh, I need more traction, they'll go to electronics, and they'll turn the TC up. I'm keeping my TC relatively low at 3 because corner exit's so crucial here. Because your corner exit's so important because you are entering a new corner very soon after that. So you got to get the angle just right on like all these corner exits, so having your TC really high, I mean, that might help a little bit, but it's going to slow you down more than anything because traction control just electronically will inhibit throttle input mechanically. And so overall, that's going to slow you down if you can't help it.
More.
Rear bump? No, I actually think that's the bump stop range in the rear is actually pretty good. I think what I needed to change is I had my front bump stop range at 5, opening up at 6. The only place where I think I could feel the bump stop hitting its limit was at the last corner before the front straight, so the final corner of the lap. Because that one you have to take full throttle the whole way through if you can. You want to use full throttle the most you can on that turn. And so by nature, I mean, if you're full throttle and turning as sharp as you can the whole way, your car's going to tilt enough to where it's going to hit the end of that bump stop range. Now, I feel like 6 lets you still make clearance, and you want to have the absolute minimum that you can get away with bump stop range. I know I keep saying that in my stream here, but you do a lot of trail braking in this track too, so that's why I have my brake bias set so high. You do not want your front anti-roll bar to be too stiff here because you have so much rotation to go through.
Right side loaded hard on this track.
Yeah, exactly, right. And that's why, like, you can see the difference in my tire pressures here. I even have my camber slightly off-put as well. And I think that can particularly also help with the camber, the banking of the actual turns on the track.
Sorry, I mean turning right. So left side
Well, yeah, the left side is taking a bigger beating. Yeah, my left tires are getting more hot overall. So, I'm starting to figure out what tune I need to do though. Like, this is all coming together nicely. I'm just getting the finishing touches in here. So, let's just review those. So it looked like I could bump up the tire pressure just a tiny bit in the rear, like that. Ooh, that one needs to be a lot more hot. I don't want to have the starting pressure in the 27 zone. So I have the starting pressure at 26.9. What I could do is I think my brakes in the rear just weren't hot. So I'll have my you know why? Because my brake bias is so high that I'm not having much brake. There's not much braking pressure in the rear. So that's why my rear tires are cold. Is because there's not much temperature coming from the rear brakes. Because you have to trail brake so much here that I have my brake bias so high. But that's going to make it so that I have to have my brake duct open a lot in the front and my brake duct closed a lot in the rear to compensate for that as far as getting the temperatures just right. Downforce here, a lot of people are overlooked that. I at first had my downforce pretty low in the rear because I thought that will help me rotate a lot through all these twists and turns.
This is really helpful, man. Thanks for taking us through what you tweak. Yeah, more bias in the back or ducts exactly.
Yeah, no problem, Slipstream. Like, this is all fascinating to me. Like, this is actually fun to me. Like, how much of a psychopath do I need to be for going through all this and just being like, like taking notes and all this? And it's actually fun to me. Like, dude, I swear, like, not many people will find this fun. But think about this for a second. On a track that, and I wasn't expecting it to be so bumpy, too. Like, when I went out there, particularly through Sector 2, Sector 2 is really, really bumpy, and you wouldn't expect that just looking at the, like, visually, it looks so flat. But there's a lot of tiny little bumps where when you're going through it real fast, it rocks the car everywhere, and so...
Right here, Fisco watching ISO.
Yeah, so me and you both find this fascinating then, but think about this for a second. So on the concept of downforce, I made a crucial error when I had the downforce. I was only thinking about how the downforce would replicate how much rotation I'm getting. That's what most people's brains go to when they think about downforce, right? You think, oh, less downforce, you'd have more rotation, faster in a straight line, but it's a little bit harder to control. It's not that simple, because think about this. In a track like this, how it's very similar to Silverstone, where there's a lot of tiny little bumps there trickled along the surface, where all those tiny little bumps, when you're going over it, your car's going to rock everywhere. Think about this for a second. It goes upwards. Those bumps, those tiny little bumps, every single time you hit those little bumps, every time your car's rocked upwards, it's going upwards against gravity, right? And then gravity has to take it back down. more downforce is going to shove the car right back down towards the track more effectively on a bumpy track. And so when you're going over all those bumps, having your downforce higher, I mean, it actually helps a lot. You might be a little bit slower in a straight line, but trust me, going across those sections that are bumpy, that downforce keeps your car down there to where it's kind of like your tire staying on the track on those bumps, rather than your tire just kind of like going a little bit higher across the bumps when you have less downforce. Yeah. Like if you look at like people that I know, like Formula One, I don't even think they've went to Nordschleife in real life, but Nordschleife is known for being a very, very bumpy track. And when you look at like when you look at the difference between people that drive like GT cars like this on Nordschleife and simulators, and then people in like iRacing simulators and stuff, when they take Formula One cars, modern Formula One cars in Nordschleife, it's incredible how much it like, through it being that bumpy, because of how much downforce Formula One makes, it stays planted the whole way through all those bumps. So, like, people don't consider this, where having a very high downforce value, like 9 here, that actually really helps with keeping the car planted through the bumps, the
Less
bumpy
rebound
section.
helps too. I think trophy trucks or rally cars, fast compression, slow rebound.
Well, I kind of find myself having it to where I have the rebound higher, just because that's like, you know, like the laws of physics. But I do have my soft dampers relatively high, and my fast bumpers just kind of how they would normally be. But the fast bumpers on the front a little bit higher, because there's not. Your fast bumpers you want to have real low if there's a lot of raised curbs. Now, there are some raised curbs in here, but if you're taking the track the right way, you're actually not going to go over those raised curbs at all. Like, I'm not even touching them. So, you know, they're only there to prohibit people from cutting the turns too sharp, which would make a mockery of the whole track then, because then it would be way too simplistic. So that's why I don't think the fast dampers have to be too soft here. Like, you think of like Monza, at a track like Monza, for instance, or Zolder, like when you have
what you need, like you are doing, you'll nail it.
Thank you, man. Yeah, I put a lot of thought into my tunes. Like, I really do. I really want to get everything just right, and that's why I'm doing so much trial and error here. And it's such a rewarding feeling. Like, when you really take the time to like learn this stuff, critical think, problem solve, and then adjust this stuff, and then you actually can feel when you take it back out on the track and things are improving and it feels so much better. Like, instant dopamine release, man. Instant dopamine release. It just, when you do this stuff yourself, you get a dopamine release that you don't really get when you just copy and paste a tune that you get online, you know, and not to mention, like, you can personalize it towards your own driving style so much more when you're doing it on your own, you know, like copying and pasting a tune that you find online. That's great and all, but I feel like for me, it just doesn't quite feel exactly how I want it to feel like, because that's going to be different with every single person. Like, I can tell you there's going to be some people out there that might love this tune that I'm making, and there's going to be some people out here that might absolutely hate this tune I'm making, which is fine. Like, everyone has such a different preference on how they want the car to feel. So I'm getting everything close to how I want it to be. But, I mean, as far as the dampers go, man, I kind of have it just right here. I feel like I nailed it with the dampers here. You know, and you don't, like, this Lamborghini is horrible on raised curbs. So I love the fact that I'm not going over any raised curb on this track. That's just, oh my God, I'm so relieved as a Lamborghini driver, because the worst nightmare with this Lamborghini, it gets so unsettled over curbs. So I have to compensate so much with the dampers here on the fast dampers. If there's raised curbs, I have to soften them so much on almost every track, because almost every track has even this one section where there's like a little bit of a raised curb that most cars you wouldn't even notice it, but in this Lamborghini it's just horrible. But here in Indianapolis, I can actually have my fast dampers a little bit high, which is such a relief. So I can actually have the fast dampers stiff, which is not something I can say usually. Because you really don't ever come across any race curves. But anyways, I found that having the wheel rates a lot lower than I normally have on almost every other track helps. Having the bump stop rate lower, bump stop range close as well. All that is working very, very well. And also on the mechanical grip section, this is completely random and off topic, but steer ratio is always a absolute last resort for me. I pretty much never touch steer ratio unless if I feel like nothing else is working. And I've only had to do that like in one single track, which was Misano. But yeah, I never touch steer ratio unless if I feel like I've tried everything and that's just like the absolute last resort. But you know, I'm feeling like a lot of this is.
Sure.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of this is getting very close to where I want it to be. Very, very close to where I want it to be. And you know, I feel like I can make the rear camber one increment less on each tire, or yeah, because I feel like the rear tires can be just a tiny bit more planted to help with that corner exit stability. Pretty much max camber on the front, except for the right. That's all where it should be. Main thing that I'm paying attention to now, the only things that I'm not 100% sure of as of right now, is if I still want to change the differential a little bit, and if I want to change the toe angle. I feel like everything else is perfect. Everything else is perfect. The only two things that I'm kind of paying attention to, which they're close, but I might want to tweak a tiny bit more, is the toe angle and differential, which just is entirely has to do with, you know, corner entry, mid-corner, corner exit, breaking it into those three sections of the corner. How does it feel? Because you want to change those things more than changing the anti-roll bars. I see a lot of people, they just make it so simplistic how they don't focus on how it feels corner entry, mid-corner, and corner exit. They just focus on, am I getting too much understeer or too much oversteer? And they just make it that simplistic, and then they just change the anti-roll bars. That's something where it's going to change it so much more drastic to where, like, if you stiffen up the front anti-roll bar, for instance, that might help you upon corner exit on stability. Like in this case, it might help me with corner exit stability, but then I'm going to be getting understeer and corner entry. So, you know, anti-roll bars impact the car through the entire corner. So you got to be very careful changing anti-roll bars. I rarely change those values. Well, I shouldn't say that. I should say that.
Yeah, do a few laps and tweak. One so
Yeah.
you know what helped. Else, was it the diff or was it the toe?
Yeah, exactly. Like, that's what I'm doing. And once I have it narrowed down to stuff like this, I like to just tweak one thing at a time, you know? Like I said earlier, like, think of it like if you went on 10 different medications and you're suddenly getting severe headaches. How are you gonna point to which medication is giving you those severe headaches? You can't. You don't know which one is giving you severe headaches because you just went on 10 different medications all at once, you know? So right here, it's like the same thing where if I'm going to be changing two different values that are both going to be impacting my entry, mid-corner, and exit.
Exactly, brother.
Yeah, like, exactly. Like, that's why first I'm experimenting with the differential, and then if I need to, I might go back and change the toe angle. I might not even need to, but I'm going to experiment a little bit more, because right here, what I just did is I changed the tire pressures a tiny bit, and I changed the camber just a tiny bit in the rear. So the rear tires are going to be a little bit more planted. The tire pressure should be absolutely perfect now. Everything should be absolutely perfect except for, well, I shouldn't say except for, like, I know 100% that everything's perfect outside of toe and differential. I'm just not exactly sure in differential and toe. It might be exactly where it needs to be because it's getting really close. I'm really narrowing this tune down, and I'm getting very close to where I want it to be. So I want to make sure I'm in steering wheel here. I am. So let's test these changes out here. And really the only thing I just changed is I changed the rear camber and tire pressures, and that's it. Oh, and the brake ducts being... okay, so I closed the brake duct in the rear a little bit more. So that might actually make it to where when I bumped up the tire pressures in the rear, I probably bumped them up too high now because I also now made less airflow going to the brakes in the rear, which is going to impact the tire temperature as well, because, you know, your brakes are right next to your tires. So I guess we're going to find out. I'm guessing that I made my rear tires a little bit too much high of a starting pressure, but I guess we'll find out. And look at this, we can speed in pit lane because we're by ourselves. We won't get disqualified because we got the whole track to ourselves here. We can go as fast as we want in that pit lane there. Okay. So now the test begins. Now before I start to really focus on how it's feeling different, I got to get the tires up to pressure. And I wonder if I should just stay. Nah, yeah. I was thinking about taking that corner in second gear, but a lot of these corners are first gear corners actually. But I'm glad that at least somebody finds it interesting how I explain my thought process while tuning. Oh.
Yes, I'd enjoy it. Have worked on some real cars with a proper engineer and learned a couple of things. But it is
Really?
cool
Well,
that
I've
Matters
never
and
done
things.
that, Slipstream. I've never worked on real cars outside of just me buying some aftermarket parts for my Mustang online and having a mechanic install them. So, I only have experience tweaking things like this in sim racing. I have no real life experience. How would you say, how much of this transfers to real life would you say? I'm curious to know.
Yeah, that's the thing. That values they use in game are different than in real life.
Oh, I got you. This is just so cool to have this track though in ACC because, you know, I just can't get over how cool it is that I live 30 minutes away from here. I've been to 7 races here, and just having it in ACC is just so awesome. Oh, and when you ask me what's the verdict, you know, I'm nerdy enough, and you might laugh at me for this, but I'm nerdy enough to where in my phone I've really thought about it, and I've made like a list of where I would rank every track in ACC that I've driven on, where I would rank how much I personally like each track. Like what's my number 1 favorite, 2nd favorite, 3rd favorite, all the way down. And now I guess I can add this in the list, and I think I might do that here in a second just to see like where I would rank how much I enjoy Indianapolis. I'm gonna say right now, this might be in my top 5 favorites. It's not in my top 2. I think my top 2 are still the same. I think Silverstone is my #1 favorite track.
World things and in game the convert to a number of clicks. The camber the toe makes some sense, but the
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like things that just say 2, 3, 4, like things like that. That's obviously just related to like I could have guessed that. That's just like entirely the sim. But yeah, when you ask me what my verdict is, think in a second. It's just so funny. Like, I'm such a nerd that I have a list in my phone, like I said, of what tracks I enjoy the most in ACC and where I'd rank them against each other. Just on a base of like how much I enjoy driving on them. Not status of them. Not like, you know, oh, I like this track because of the history behind it or things like that. Like, I just mean pure enjoyment of how it feels driving on the track. And I actually literally made a list on my phone of like ranking all of them based on that, going down. And I'll have to think about where I'd rank this track here.
toe values in real world make a car very unstable. That's cool though, man.
Well, I mean, my front toe angle might need to be reduced a little bit here, to be honest, and I was actually thinking that in my head before you even said that. Because I'm thinking the diff feels very nice. I think from here on out might just be the toe angle that I might need to tweak. But I would say this is definitely in my top 5 favorite tracks. It's just, I know for a fact this did not crack my top 2 favorites. I know that much. I know that Silverstone's still my favorite, absolute favorite track is still Silverstone. And my second favorite track is still Spa. This might, because before this, I think Laguna Seca was my 3rd favorite track. It's very tough to say if I enjoy this more or Laguna Seca more. I honestly think this might be.
But will make getting power down on blink corners a little tail happy.
This might be my 3rd favorite track. It might be my 3rd favorite track, to be honest. I enjoy it that much. I think I like this better. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna get so much. I'm gonna have a riot because of me saying this, but I like this better than Watkins Glen. But that's probably because I have a bias. I live close to it. It is. It's really fun. I think I just enjoy it because of how technical it is. It feels very rewarding when you get a really good lap time down in it. I also really like the color choice of the rumble strips. The dark blue, light blue, and white just looks really nice. And it contrasts well against the grass. This can make for some very fun racing too. I can already tell. I'm going to try racing against AI pretty soon. Once I get the tune perfected, then I'll launch some AI in here and we can take on some high-level AI to see how well I can do. Okay, so I was right about the rear tires. I did make the rear tires a bit too much because really what I needed to do more is open the brake dust, which is what I already did. So we need to make the rear pressures less starting out, especially on the left.
Getting there for sure.
Oh yeah, I'm very close to where I want it to be. I feel like the differential's perfect. I might change the toe angles a tad. Having the camber in the rear a little bit more flattened out has helped keep the rear planted because, man, a lot of these corner exits are so angled. Like you're exiting these corners at a very tight angle. And it's hard to go back in the throttle when you almost have to, you're forced to go back in the throttle before your car is completely straightened out on this track, to be honest. Otherwise, you'd just be way too slow. So I'm going to try a toe angle of 6 in the front at first. Well, negative 0.06 if you want to get exact, but I have a little bit less tire pressure on the front left there too. Okay.
I'll slipstream in your right angle.
Paul, no thank you. No thank you, Paul. No thank you, Paul. But thanks for the offer, I guess. Yeah, I think everything else in the tune is pretty much ship shape. You know, I might make the well, I don't know, because yeah, I think that bump stop range is actually fine. It's everything really is looking good. I'm just gonna experiment with the toe angles a little bit more here. So let's make it like 24 in the rear. Now changing both the rear and front toe angles might be enough change we need to just make small changes on both. This is going to make more change than we might expect. So everything else should be fine. Real quick, I'm just going to 5, 26, 4. Match the tire pressures for if we do a pit stop. 52, 26, 4. All right, let's get back out on there and try this out now. Am I fed? What?
Are you Jeff Gordon asterisk?
What the heck of a typo is that? Jeff Gordon. This isn't NASCAR, this is GT. Right now I'm racing as Jordan Pepper from South Africa and K-Pax Racing. Anyways, this should be very close to where I want it to be now.
I hit sent too early low.
You know, that lap time, it's interesting because when I was watching the Indy 8 Hour this year, I have this kind of at a race tune right now, not a qualifying tune, because I have...
Forever.
What are you even saying, Paul? I have kind of a race tune loaded in here where I have my fuel tank, you know, pretty high compared to like a qualifying tune. And I have pad 2 brakes on, which are more endurance brakes, so they're not going to brake as aggressively, but they wear a lot slower. And so, with that being said, my lap time there is more of a race time than a qualifying time. A mid 39 is actually what most of the good drivers were getting in the Indy 8 Hour during the race. Now, granted, they probably had a lot more fuel in their tank, though, because it was an 8-hour race. And they might have even been on a less aggressive engine mapping, because when you're racing for 8 hours, fuel saving can really help you. But I do know that their qualifying laps, the pole sitter, had a qualifying lap of a high 38. So that's actually a very solid lap time. So I know that I'm getting pretty close to where I should be in lap times too. Now, I know that in ACC some people can be faster than in real life, so you got to consider that too. But anyways, let's get back out there. Enough banter. Let's Oh, I forgot. You can speed in pit lane in practice. Oop, you got to put it. Speaking of forgot, it's annoying that you have to do this. Put it back to wheel.
Lap time.
Paul, your lap time would be triple this. Look at this, Paul. I can fly through pit lane here and not get
That is a
thrown in jail.
So 1.39 mid is really on pace.
Yeah, well, in real life, I'll have to see how much that transfers into ACC, though, because in real life, that is a pretty good time. Could have been a little bit more aggressive entering on that front straight, but my tires are cold. I'm just warming up. I feel like having less toe out on the front is actually helping with stability a lot, and I'm still getting enough rotation here, you know? This feels significantly better, actually. I'm not having to fight the car as much. I'm not having to counter steer every half a second. That does feel significantly better. Look at how much more control I have now. That's insane. Like, this is what I'm talking about when I say the dopamine release you get from nailing a tune and getting everything just right. I mean, man, that's awesome. That just feels so nice. It's such an improvement. Wow.
Nice one.
Thank you, Slipstream. Oh, Paul, by the way, you missed it. I was mentioning you a lot earlier in my stream. Because I kept saying, oh, my brother took pictures over here, my brother took pictures over there, when I was first, like, starting out in this track. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Guys, I think I found my tune. I think I found my tune. Up. I don't know why I cut it so sharp there. There's so much room on the outside there. I love that reverb bouncing off the wall of the engine. Okay, this is going to be a pretty good lap time if we keep this up. Come on, let's see this. Low 39s. We found our tune, guys. Oh, that feels so nice.
Very good setup.
Yeah, I'm loving this setup, actually. It took a lot of effort to get this just right. This is probably the most difficult track I've ever had to make a tune for because it's so specific on everything that you need to set. But, man, I feel like I found a perfect tune. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go to wireless controller so we can save these setups. And we're going to hit triangle here. Now, we're going to title that. Well, hang on. Let's check how the tire pressures were at first. So, okay,
More
before we
laps and
save
tweak
this.
the SI a tiny bit. Great work.
Yeah, thank you, Graham. So the rear left was a tad bit too hot. The front left, I'll just lower it by like 1 increment there. 1 increment on the right rear. But The brake temperatures and the tire temps all should be perfect now. I feel like the toe angles are perfect. I feel like the diff is perfect. Let's just match the tire pressures and the pit strategy box. Okay. And I think we got it, guys. I think this is it. So, voila! Indianapolis tune for my main GT3 car that I use. Now this is, I'm gonna save this for I'm gonna say race or dry race, because I have to, when I title my tunes, I want to make sure I know what conditions it was. So dry race, and then my camera's in the way, and I'm gonna look at what ambient temperature and track temperature it is. So 2230. So I always mark that down now when I make the names of my tunes. So I'm gonna say 22-30. So I know that the tire pressures that I have set for the starting tire pressures I have set for that temperature, 2230. So I'll say dry race 2230, and now I'll make a different separate tune where I have just 15 liters in the tank and pad 1 brakes, and then if I want to pit, I can get just a tiny bit more fuel in.
Saving to my watch list to review what you did and how, so I can understand more. Grinning, squinting face.
Yeah, Slipstream, you should try to replicate something like this for Indianapolis. Now, granted, this is a mid-engine all-wheel drive car, so I think it's the only mid-engine all-wheel drive car in the game. I could be mistaken, so it's more different how you need to tune a mid-engine all-wheel drive than most other cars in the game. Like, let's say, like, I will say, from what the commentators are saying and what I've just observed, but also especially what the commentators have said when I watched the Indy 8 Hour in real life, is that the most dominant car here is the Ferrari 488.
Yeah,
so
sure.
the Ferrari 488, the one on my poster here, is the most dominant car on this track by far. So if you want to just pick the OP meta car for Indianapolis, it's going to be the Ferrari. I stick with the Lamborghini no matter what track I go to, because I'm trying to just really get used to this car, because when I do league racing seasons, I have to stick in the same car the whole season. I'm picking Lamborghini all the way. So I'm trying to just, I feel like the Lamborghini is a very good all-around car for me, if you know how to keep it under control, because it does constantly try to kill you. But anyways, when you're making tunes for it, I mean, yeah, you can kind of take like the
That's
concepts of what I've done.
Driving with X, but wanted to try something different.
Yeah, man, I think the day that everyone drives the same exact car in ACC is the day when the game becomes a lot more boring. I love the fact that there's so many people that get along with different cars more. Like, certain cars you just feel are right for you, and, you know, not everyone's going to, like, I love the Lamborghini, some people hate it, you know.
Exactly.
Same thing with tunes, like, I love this kind of a tune. Some people that also love the Lamborghini, just because they also love the Lamborghini, they might hate the tune that I made for it. So, you know, it's a lot of this comes down to preference, but outside of just personal preference, you also got to keep in mind the car you're tuning for, is probably rear-wheel drive. A lot of these GT3 cars are rear-wheel drive, where this one's all-wheel drive. And then you got to think, is it a mid-engine or a front-engine? I mean, those are going to be the most important factors to, you know. But you said you worked on cars in real life, so you already know this stuff, you know. But anyways, I'm so happy that I feel like I've just perfected this tune, and it feels phenomenal at this track now. So we're going to go ahead and save this one as dry qualifying 2230. So there we go. Now, just for conversation's sake, well, first of all, I'm going to delete all my test tunes to save room. Excuse me. Okay. So I have just those
saved.
saved.
Reminder to get back into THR more real-life simulator from GT7.
Dude, I transferred from GT7 to this, and I've never looked back. Like, I still do spin the wheels. Speaking of that, spin the wheel on GT7 is tomorrow, and I feel like tomorrow's going to be my final trial to see, like, because I'm getting hardly any people in my spin the wheel lobbies on GT7 anymore. And I feel like tomorrow, if I get 5 or less people in it, I think that's going to be the last episode, because I don't want to keep doing it if I'm getting hardly anyone in it, you know. But I am going to still do tomorrow's episode, and it's going to be, I call it Circuit de Santa Claus. Circuit de Santa Claus Layout B, even though it's like Santa Croix or whatever. Saint Croix. And the 2015 Subaru BRZ. And that's tomorrow on GT7. But I transferred to this almost full-time from GT7, and I've never looked back outside of Spin the Wheel. And like I said, I might even stop doing Spin the Wheel because hardly any people are even doing it anymore anyways. So I'm just falling in love with ACC for so many reasons. So many reasons. But, so those are my dry... I just perfected a dry tune. Now, for conversation's sake, Slipstream, because I know you find this stuff interesting, when I make wet tunes... What I like to do is, I mean, you got the obvious stuff that pretty much everyone does, where you increase traction control way up there, and you increase ABS way up there.
I can't play at night like I did tonight sometimes. I will try and join in if I can. It's 1 a.m. here, so 5 HRS ago.
Oh yeah, you're in a much different time zone. Well, tomorrow on Spin the Wheel, I'll probably do it at like 2 p.m. my time. Right now, my time it's 7 p.m. my time right now, if that helps. So my time right now is 7 p.m. And I'm thinking tomorrow I'll do it at 2 p.m. my time, like I normally do. But okay, so when I'm making wet tunes, just for conversation's sake, Slipstream, I'll turn the TC way up, obviously. I'll turn the ABS way up, obviously. I mean, that's like standard stuff that everyone does. Obviously, you got your wet tires that you put on. You put on the pad 3 brakes if it's real wet. If it's just kind of damp out, I'll leave the pad 2 brakes on. But if it's raining hard enough, I'll put on pad 3 brakes. But here's where it gets into the more technical stuff on my wet tunes that most people actually don't do. So I actually go to dampers, and I turn my slow dampers up by 2 clicks each. So let's say like if I'm making a wet tune, I'll go to these dampers here, and I'd go 1, 2 there, and then 1, 2 there, and then 1, 2 there, and then 1, 2 there. Or sorry. I mean the opposite direction. I'll turn them down by 2 clicks. Sorry, I made a mistake there. So it's the higher you have the slow dampers, the more kind of edgy the car feels, and more quick and rapid to change directions. You don't really want that if it's wet, so I make the front dampers down by like 2 clicks each or 4 clicks each, depending on, circumstances. But 2 to 4 clicks down on each on the slow dampers on the front, and then 2 to 4 clicks down each on the rear slow dampers as well. So like even on the rear, 1, 2 down there, 1, 2 down there. And I move them down. I soften up the slow dampers when it's wet, because that will... I mean, think about it. Your slow dampers is impacting natural weight transfer of the car. So, how much a car is going to, have body roll towards each side, how rapidly it's going to do that, how much it's going to, like, stiffen up during that.
Soft and reduce camber a bit.
I actually don't do much with camber on the wet tunes. Usually I leave camber where it's at, but I definitely... And I'm just saying what I do personally. I'm not saying what you have to do. But for conversation's sake, I always soften up the slow dampers on wet tunes, because that makes the car more predictable and easier to keep under control. And then I also will go to the rear wing, and I'll just turn it up by like 1 click sometimes, or 2 clicks. Like if I have it turned down real low on a certain dry tune, then I might turn it up by 2 clicks on a wet tune. But I always at least turn the rear wing up by 1 click on a wet tune as well. So those things that I do, turning up the rear wing by 1 and then softening up the slow dampers, that's like a secret weapon you can have in your arsenal that a lot of people don't think about in wet tunes, actually. So, and I just want to throw out there, not to toot my own horn, but I feel like I am exceptional at wet racing. Because if you look at my video in my live stream playlist, I think I have a playlist on my channel called ACC League Racing. And if you look at the one titled ARL Round 4, the ARL Round 4 race at Brands Hatch, when it was just pouring down rain at Brands Hatch, I straight up dominated that race. I landed a podium finish in it, and I did very well. I got 3rd place in a podium. and I did very, very well despite it being pitch black and
Round
just...
4 gotcha.
Yeah, like you'll see how intense those conditions were, and I drove, not to toot my own horn, but I'm just saying I personally feel like I'm very, very well at wet racing. Anyways, now that we got dry tunes saved, let's do a race against AI. This is going to be fun. Let's see how we stack up against AI here. So instead of practice, let's go to quick race, race length. Let's just do a quick 15-minute race. Well, I am getting kind of hungry, and I don't want the stream to go on too much longer, so I'm just going to do a short 10-minute race. What time is it right now? Well, I don't do military time, so if it's 7 o'clock in Indiana right now, because it's cool how I live here, is I can just check the time instead of looking up the time zone. So if it's 7 o'clock here, that will be what in military time? You just put it up by 2, right? So it'll be 19, yeah. All right, so 19 o'clock. 10 minutes. Well, we did just set a tune for an hour ago, so let's make it 6 o'clock out. So it's like we went back in time an hour. 10-minute race. Starting position random. Opponent count. Let's not make it crowded just yet. Let's make a 16-car race. That should be fine. Opponent skill. Let's make it 94. Aggressiveness 89. Should be a good starting point to see how I stack up. All right. So here we go, and make sure the weather is still how it should be. It is. All right. So again, this is simulating what the weather was an hour ago in Indianapolis Motor Speedway in real life. Thank you, Slipstream, as always. So it looks like I had it set to me starting in a random position. Looks like I'm starting out in 10th. I'm going to go ahead and load that perfect tune I made, so set up. We're going to load the qualifying tune just because we don't need much fuel and we can be on pad 1 brakes. It's only a 10-minute race. We'll put in just 25 liters. That should be... We can probably get away with 25 liters. That's to be on the safe side. All right, let's do this. Oh, and one more thing I'm going to do. I had to turn the volume way down to hear the game chat when I was in a lobby with other people because I could barely hear his microphone. I'm going to crank this back up. Let's put it to 80%. Yep.
Going single file.
All right. Is he gonna go? All right, there you go. I was waiting. Oh man, this is just so cool to be racing in Indianapolis. And before I end my stream, I'm just gonna use default setups and just test out the other 2 tracks in the American Track Pack real quick with default setups on one of the new cars too, because there's new cars out to this game today as well. And I won't be doing tunes just yet on those other tracks. I'll just to test them out and check them out before I end my stream. But I get that I titled this stream testing out the American Track Pack, but it really should have been titled testing out Indianapolis and then 1 lap at the other tracks each. I don't have a bias at all, guys. I don't know what you're talking about. There's no bias here. I totally like all 3 of these American tracks the same, Sarcasm. Well, no, there's totally no sarcasm there.
I saw nothing.
Well, that was a little late to say that, because that was referencing when I missed my braking zone and went into the runoff. It is good that they have a runoff there, though. On the tightest turn of the track, they do have a pavement runoff, so it won't be the end of the world, and you can rejoin with clean tires because you won't go in the grass. But I'm enjoying this way more than GT7 Slipstream. I would love to just stick with this full time now and just forget all about GT7, to be honest. Which I can't believe I'm saying that, but man, this game, well, if you want to call it a game, sim, whatever you want to call it, blows away GT7 in my opinion. And they really use a formula of quality over quantity. Like, I get that GT7 is way more content, like way more tracks and way more cars, but just the quality you feel in this, it doesn't even matter that it has way less content. Because you can race at the same track all day, and you'll never get bored.
Switch it on tomorrow. I spent 3 MTHs playing before GT7 and liked it a lot.
I don't blame you. I seriously don't blame you. You should test out this new DLC.
Green light, go, go, go.
Oh gosh, here we go.
Left,
3 wide. I can't see where to... Okay, there we go. Woohoo! We made it! We made it! We made it! We're still alive!
car on the left.
Oh gosh! Okay, we went wide there.
Car on the left.
It's one thing to drive around this track by yourself. Going through these technical corners with a grid is an entirely different story. I'm going in deep! Okay, slight contact there. I didn't expect him to break that early.
Car on the right. Clear on the right.
Jeez, I'm doing bad.
Car on the right. Clear on the right.
That was GP's deep.
Yeah, I know. I'm just glad I didn't murder anybody there. I'll tell you this. The AI is a lot more careful through the first lap than online lobbies. And so that's why it threw me off, because online lobbies are so aggressive through the first few laps, where AI just really takes it nice and easy through the first few laps, and then they start to pick up the pace when people separate. Which is ideally what you should do. But I'm used to everyone online just trying to win the race from the start. Okay, we got to pick up the pace here. Got 6 minutes of the, or no, 7 minutes of the race left.
Everyone knows you only win if you make it out of T1 first lap, first. No.
I would say not in this track, because there's a lot of overtaking opportunities here. Whoa! Somebody went over the race curb there. Well, they're real close up there.
Well done, mate. That's my fastest lap.
AI brake check.
Right? Kind of. But you got to keep in mind there was somebody ahead of him. So he might have been reacting to the car ahead of him. Okay, I braked you late there. That was on me. They're having a battle up there.
We are at the halfway mark, still a long way to go.
We got more momentum coming into the straight than they do. And that's got to be the bump stop range that I opened up there, because I can stay full throttle the whole way entering into there. And you can see that coming in handy right there.
Clear on the left.
Interestingly enough, it almost seems like being on the outside into turn number one is the better place to be, because of the following corners right after. I'll have to take note of that. See, I always catch back up to them on the front straight.
Just into the car ahead, he's 71. Well done, mate. That's my best.
See, I think being on the outside here is more advantageous, because this section following it immediately right there.
Car on the right. Clear on the right.
We did it! Very aggressive, bold move, but it worked.
Nice.
Yep, we got him. Focus on that exit. See, he doesn't line it up for the exit enough. Look at that.
Well done, mate. This has been impressive, guys. Car on the left. Clear on the left.
Give him enough room. Oh, we passed him. Really? I didn't expect that. I thought he was still to my side. And I just suddenly see him in my rear view. This is a very fun track. My gosh.
That's too nice.
Yeah. Overtaking here just feels so satisfying. I don't know why. Definitely getting a hang of this track now too.
Neither has finished, right?
Alright, so we're one position higher than where we started. Decent race for my first time racing here.
Mate, you did your best. Right, get back to the pits.
Listen to those downshifts. Wait. Ah. Bam! Get out of here. Alright. Well, that was fun. So, before I end my stream, I want to, well, first of all, I need to go to controls and remap traction
Good race,
control
man.
stuff.
Nice lap time in the last couple of laps. Lol, I see nothing.
Yeah, thank you, Slipstream. Still going with the I see nothing. I didn't have too many major mistakes there, only minor mistakes here and there, especially just for a 10-minute race. I feel like I could have done better, but I mean, hey, I'm just testing out. I had no idea what to expect racing there, and now I know how it feels. So, before I end my stream, I'm going to just do a very quick testing out of both the other tracks and the new cars at the same time. So, let's see here. If we go to here, they should... Where's the new cars? Oh, well, here's one of them. The new Audi. Now, I'm not seeing... Where is... Hang on a second. I wonder if it will be in the Open Series? Let's try Open Series and see if it shows up then. Huh. I'm not seeing them. Well, I paid money for the new cars. Oh, well, there's one of them. There's one of the new cars here. It's the new 2021 Porsche Cup car. So before this, oh, that's a cool livery with a bunch of track layouts all over it, of various tracks. But before today, we only had this car for the Porsche Cup. But hardly anyone even races Porsche Cup in the game, and I hate that. So if I manage to start my own league, we are going to have Porsche Cup seasons. We won't do exclusively Porsche Cup, but we'll have certain seasons where everyone's in Porsche Cup.
Porsche.
Yeah, now this is not the standard Porsche GT3. It's their Cup car. So you can see on all these different car selections, some of them on the top right will say they're a different category than standard GT3. So you see some of them say GT4 on the top right, and then this one says ST on the top right for Super Trofeo, and then this says Cup on the top right. So now we have two different Cup cars. We have the 2017, but now we have the updated Porsche Cup car, and I haven't even tested this out yet. And this would be rather interesting to test out on the new tracks because it has no traction control, and it just feels very interesting with the suspension. But so we're not going to test out on the new tracks just yet. If I can find it, I'd like to test out either the new Ferrari Challenge, which is a whole new category, or the updated brand new Super Trofeo. But I'm looking for them, and I don't see them. So would it be an Intercontinental GT Challenge? Let's see if it'll be here. Where the heck is it? Am I just missing it? So I go back to 2021 here. It should be popping up in here, right? What on earth? Is this like a bug or something? Because I do see the new Audi in here. So if they have Cup cars in here, why is it only showing the new Cup car in the Open Series? Sometimes ACC can be so finicky and weird. Oh, something sticky's on that steering wheel. What in the world? Did I have like honey on my hands or something? Huh! It's in the British GT Champion. It's in the British car section, out of all places. So here's a new Ferrari Challenge, a whole new category of cars. And it sucks that you can't use controller in the menus because we could scroll around and get a nice 360 view of it. I mean, we could just wait for it to go to the showroom views. If we just not touch anything, it should give us the showroom preview here in a second. Because I want to see how this new Ferrari Challenge looks. Because this is a Ferrari Challenge, I believe, is another one make. And we did have two one makes. We had the Porsche Cup and the Super Trofeo, where those, if you're doing it right in a league, which no one even does, you should have like all people racing Super Trofeo against each other, because that's a one make in real life, or all people racing Porsche Cup against each other. So this is another thing you can do now where everyone can race Ferrari Challenge against each other. This realistically will not be racing with all the other GT3 cars, because Ferrari Challenge is another one make, just like the Lamborghini Super Trofeo kind of. So why is it not going to the showroom previews though? I felt like if you don't touch, do we have to just get out of the car selection and then, I mean, if we don't touch anything for a while, will it just show us how this car looks like from the outside? The Challenge does. Yeah, see, and it says there like FF Corsa. Well, that's just the team name, I think. Yeah, but this is the Ferrari Challenge, not the GT3 car, like I said. I don't know why it's not. If you guys play ACC, you know what I'm trying to do is if you just idle. Yeah, if you idle at the menu and just not do anything, and you're just leaving the game idle at the menus, it should just have like this preview where it just shows a bunch of sick angles of the car that you have selected. And I don't know why it's not. Yeah, when you don't want it to do it, it starts previewing it. But when you want it to preview the cars, and it doesn't. The game's trolling me. Whatever, we're giving up because it's not going to the previews at all. So we at least know where to find that now. So okay, it's weird how all the new cars that came with this DLC is like separated into different places. Now, we do see the new Audi both in the British year and in the 2021 series of GT World Challenge. But I guess the only place where you can see the new Ferrari Challenge is in the British. So if you go to British, you can find the new Ferrari. But if we go into Open here, that's where I found the new Lamborghini Super Trofeo, I believe. No, it wasn't here. So where was it again? Because I'm pretty sure. No, I didn't find the new Lamborghini yet, actually. I think in here, yeah, this is where I found the new Porsche Cup. So in the Open category, you can find the new Porsche Cup. And then in the British series, we found the new Ferrari. And the new Audi is in both the British and
Hey
2021.
brother, thanks for the insights and new content. Look, I will get on it tomorrow and have a go.
All right,
Thumbs up.
yeah, no problem, Slipstream. Really, all I'm doing for the rest of the live stream now is I'm just gonna do like a couple laps on the other tracks, and that's it. So you're not gonna miss a whole lot. Thanks for tuning in, man, and thanks for the support. I really appreciate it. It was fun talking with you too. It's fun chatting with you. Take care, man. Okay, so still trying to find where the new Lamborghini is. Yeah, I'm not. So it's not in Intercontinental. Obviously, it's not. If it's in GT4, I'm gonna laugh.
Perfect, we'll watch in the morning and then play it tomorrow. LARS.
Okay, yeah. Obviously not in GT4. I mean, you're not obligated to, Slipstream, but thanks a lot, man. So, where on earth is this new Super Trofeo then? Because that is up there. That's GT3. So that's not Super Trofeo. This is so bizarre, man. I can't find the new Lamborghini. I found
you
the.
got this.
Yeah, I don't. It's got to be somewhere hidden, because it's not in Intercontinental. It's not in 2021. It's not in GT4, obviously. Not in British. I can check open again in case I missed it. Yeah, there's 3 Lamborghinis here. There's the old GT3, the new GT3, and then the old Super Trofeo. We should have a brand new Super Trofeo, but I'm not seeing it yet. Like, where the... I mean, I can check 2021 again. Yeah, it's not here. The only Super Trofeo in here, again, is the old one. What the heck? Where is it? Please tell me it's not... Is it in, like, 2020 in here? Are we going to see it now? No, I mean, that would have really surprised me. I guess we can check the older years, which wouldn't make much sense, but I'm running out of ideas now. Yeah, I'm still not seeing the... well, hang on. They got 2019 cars. Oh, no, because this is 20... Okay, yeah. So then 2018, we really shouldn't see it in here. Yeah. Yeah, it's not... Yeah, it's not in here. So it's not anywhere then. Because I just checked every single category of cars. I thought the new update was giving us a new Super Trofeo car. Let me check the PSN store again, because I don't know if I missed it, but I mean, my gosh. Okay, so if I go to ACC here, on the PlayStation Store, go to add-ons, okay, so it should say what it includes, yeah. Yeah, it says it right here. Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo Evo 2. What on earth? It has it listed in the PSN store. They can get in legal trouble if they list content that you're buying and then you pay money for it and it doesn't show up in the game. What on earth, man? Well, then again, okay, so we've checked 2018. I'm going to go through them slowly one more time. One more time. We'll check through all of these categories. Obviously not in 2018. We see 3 Lamborghinis in here. None of them. We're looking for the Huracan Super Trofeo Evo 2. So there's the only Super Trofeo I'm seeing is not even an Evo 1, let alone an Evo 2. The only Evo I'm seeing is a GT3 and not a Super Trofeo. So we know 100% it's not in 2018 because these are all the cars in 2018. That 2017 one that my camera is blocking is a Honda NSX. So if we go back now to 2019, let's check this one. Is it in here? No. There's only 3 Lamborghinis in here, and none of them are the new Super Trofeo. Again. So, let's check 2020, because I'm just going one by one through all of them, even if I really don't think they're in there, because I got to find this new Lamborghini. It's not in here. Okay? 2021. It really should be in 2021. Like, ideally, is it just not... I wonder, do we have the wrong track selected? Like, if you have Indianapolis selected, is it just not going to be racing there? Like, let's select an Italian track. It'll probably be racing at Monza if it's Super Trofeo. Now, if we go back, is it going to pop up? No. Okay, well, I don't think track impacts that then. It really shouldn't. So, Intercontinental. Let's check Intercontinental. There's 2 Lamborghinis here. Yeah, just had to get my camera out of the way real quick. So there's 2 Lamborghinis in here. The only Super Trofeo is the old one again. So exiting out of there, let's check again GT4. Just checking so we know we're not missing anything. I mean, obviously everything here is just GT4. There's not a single Lamborghini to be found in GT4. So it's obviously not there. Going to British now. This is where we found the Ferrari Challenge. But let me get my camera out of the way real quick as a last resort. No, that's my camera's in the way of a McLaren. We see 2 Lamborghinis in here. One of them is a new GT3, but then we have the old Super Trofeo again, and the British. But we do see the new Ferrari Challenge in here, and I think there's a new BMW too, BMW M2, the BMW M2. I could have sworn I saw that somewhere. Was that? Yeah, when we go to open, we do see the new M2. And I only see 3 Lamborghinis in here, again. When I'm glancing through here, I only see 3 Lamborghinis. But we do have in here... Wait a second, you can scroll down! Okay, so, scroll down. Yes! We found it, boys! I wasn't expecting you could scroll down. Okay, so, there it is. There it is. So, and just the open... category where I guess I got everything in here. If you just scroll down, okay, so what is that's another new category. TCX, not even sure what that is, but look at all these new categories we're getting now. This is going to be phenomenal for if I start my league that I want to start. If I do that format that I was describing at the very beginning of my stream, like way long ago now, because I've been streaming for a while. How long have I even been streaming? I mean, I have a lot to talk about today, guys, but been streaming for what? Almost 5 hours now. Wow. But about 5 hours ago, I was explaining to you guys, if anyone's still watching, that was 5 hours ago, how I think the main problem with a lot of leagues, community leagues and ACC right now, is that they only race GT3, especially in the PS5 leagues. The only PS5 leagues I can see, they're always racing GT3. So... if, it's an if. It's not when, it's if, because I'm not promising here, but if I launch my own league, I'm going to have a rule where we have short seasons so we can rapidly change categories, right? So we only do 5 race seasons, 1 race a week. So each season is only 5 weeks, and then you have 2 weeks in between, right? So every 7 weeks, we're changing categories. So in a year, we're going to go through a lot of different categories, and I think it should be a format where... I might even make it to where we don't do GT3 at all in my leagues, maybe. I might do something like that because, you're getting GT3 everywhere else. So I might just make it to where in my league, if it happens, that I'll do GT4. Well, okay, we'll make it to where we have polls and we list all the different categories we can race on, and I have all the members of my league vote. Like, vote here on which category you want us to be racing on this upcoming season, meaning like the very next season, and we'll list a lot of different options, and if they're all available, like for the first season they'll all be available, we can list GT4, Super Trofeo, Cup Car, and now Ferrari Challenge and BMW TCX, whatever that is. We have 5 different categories there that are not GT3. 5 different categories that aren't GT3. 4 of them are one makes where we'll all be in the same car. That'll be very, very interesting stuff to do because, like, You have the ability to do this in ACC. You have it there. You have one-make series that exists in real life, where these are real-life one-make series where everyone's in the same exact car in these races that they do in real life. And we can replicate that in sim racing here, but nobody seems to do it. And I'm thinking, well, screw it. If no one else is doing it, I'll do it. I'll make a league where, we can do this stuff where, and you might think, well, if you're making everyone vote on which category you do, whatever category is the most popular, people just keep voting for that. And I thought about that, and my solution is that whatever category wins, we race that category for that season, but then we cannot have that category return until 2 seasons later. So that means for the next 2 seasons, we cannot do that same category. So that means every 3 seasons in a row are going to be different categories each. So you do 1 season, and then you cannot do that same category. You do another season, and then you cannot do that category or the category we did last season. So then the 3rd season has to be something from the remaining categories that we can still vote for. And then it kind of just rotates like that. So after our first 2 seasons we ever do, it's going to get narrowed down to just, 3 categories that we can vote for out of 5 that I know there's 6 total categories in the game now, but I'm debating just not even making GT3 a category that we can vote on, because here's the thing. I think another thing with my league is that I'm going to use AccuWeather, the AccuWeather app, to replicate the exact same temperature and how much clouds are in the air and whether it's raining or not the day of the race, depending on where we're going and where we're racing at. And so, with that being said, I'm going to have different tracks throughout the year, except I think our winter series. Our winter championship, I've actually went through and I've researched significantly which tracks hardly get any snow in the winter and which tracks are actually kind of warm in winter months and don't get any snow pretty much ever. So that way we can still replicate accurate weather to what's in real life the day that we're racing there. And in this league that I want to start in the wintertime. But because of that, I think that wintertime should not be, random tracks and different tracks. I think the wintertime from like mid-November to mid-March should be the same winter championship series that we do, like an annual one where it's always the same tracks in the same order every wintertime of every year. And that will be like some races will be GT3 and some races will be GT4. And that just stays how it is every winter. So we're getting some GT3 racing in there, but still some GT4, And that will be like the same winter championship every year, because since we're trying to replicate the accurate weather, there's only so many tracks. Like I think there's only 6 different tracks that we can be racing in the winter. 2 of them are repeats from what I organized on my phone, at least. We're going to repeat Kyalami, and we're going to repeat Barcelona. Both of those, we can race there like twice throughout the wintertime, really. But we're not racing them back-to-back twice. I'm rambling way too much about it. But my main goal about this league that I'm going to start is that I will make it to where we're using different categories every single season, basically. And I'll try to do that as much as possible. I'm trying to replicate that. And so I feel like the only time we'll race GT3 really is in that annual winter championship. And then all the other races throughout the year, we cannot vote on GT3. If you want to race, then you have to vote on all the remaining categories, which are a lot. We have 5 other categories, And this is why I'm doing this, because I see like so many leagues that are just doing GT3, 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 GT3. All season is GT3. Every season GT3. All year, every year, never do anything different. And I'm like, I will say GT3 is my favorite category. I'm sure it's everyone's favorite category. So I get why everyone always wants to race GT3. But dang it, guys, we got so much more content here of different vehicle categories. Let's mix it up, Let's mix it up. And they're just going to be short seasons, like 5 race seasons, So anyways, end rant. I feel satisfied that I finally found the new Lamborghini. Let's test it out. let's get in this 2021 Super Trofeo Evo 2. Look at that. It's even got the roof scoop on the top and everything. It's got the roof scoop on the top. That's just brand new to the Lamborghini race cars. And Audi has done the same thing. And it's because Audi actually owns Lamborghini. Audi has bought the rights to Lamborghini. So, you know, partnership between Audi and Lamborghini. So they have the same steering wheel, actually. If you look between at least the GT3 cars. So if you look at the GT3 Lamborghini and the GT3 Audi, they both have the same exact steering wheel. Interesting stuff. So anyways, we're going to try out this new Super Trofeo, and let's see what liveries we got. Oh, we only got one. Okay. So we're going to try out the new Super Trofeo. It looks pretty sick. And we're going to go to both the other new American tracks that I haven't tested out yet. You know what? How about this? We'll try the new Super Trofeo at one of these tracks, and then we'll try the Ferrari Challenge at the other one. Let's try... do we want to do the new Lamborghini at Circuit of the Americas, or do we want to try the new Lamborghini at Watkins Glen? Let's do the new Lamborghini at Circuit of the Americas. Okay, and then we'll do the Ferrari Challenge at Watkins Glen. Alrighty, so I'm not going to really, right now, as of this point in the stream, you know, I wanted to really nail down a perfect tune at Indianapolis because that's like my favorite of the new tracks. But for now, I'm just testing out the other tracks, and I'm not going to tamper with tunes at all. I'm just going to do the default tune, and that's it. So I'm going to make sure I'm at my Lamborghini steering wheel settings. I am. We're just going to go. We're not even going to tamper with a tune whatsoever. We're just going to experiment with the track and see how we like it.
Low tire pressure. Stay clear of the curbs.
And again, I can speed in pit lane because I'm by myself, so it doesn't even matter. Tight left-hander to start it off right there. Ooh, this car has so much understeer. I did say I'm not going to tamper with the tune, so I'm just going to have to deal with how much understeer it has. Let me go to a hood view. Jesus, this has so much. Hang on real quick, since I'm in hood view, I have to go to options, HUD, and turn gear speed enabled. Okay. So much understeer. Default tunes suck. It's a really tight hairpin there. This feels significantly faster than the old Super Trofeo, I must say. Maybe it's just my imagination. Traction control is way too high. Let's lower that as well as ABS. There we go. You know, one thing I forgot to do is check AccuWeather for these tracks as well. Oh well, we can do that stuff later on. Because I do have to close out the stream pretty soon. I'm just trying out the other American tracks. I think a very early judgment here, but I really don't like the flow of this track. It feels incredibly awkward. super deep there. Wow. Ow! Okay. Having understeer here is just terrible. Now those S-curves are actually pretty cool. They're pretty neat. This is a track where you need oversteer more than understeer. This default tune just sucks so bad for this track. Plus, I am absolutely unfamiliar with this. Like, I'm kind of just testing it out for the first time. Whoa! Braked way too early there. You can definitely tell I am super unfamiliar. This is unfamiliar territory here. Interesting section of turns there. Man. Getting a little bit better here. Just gonna cruise along these S-curves. You know, I feel like if I had a proper setup that wasn't so locked in place with so much understeer like this default tune, I'd probably be doing a lot better here. Okay, so I braked way too early here last time. Let's try right here. And that's too late to brake, so I gotta get it just right there. The exit here is real tight. There we go. I don't know if I like this. This is a very weird layout. Yeah, I don't know if I like this. Like, parts of it I actually really like, but then other parts of it I really dislike. It's, I mean, turn one up here is interesting. You're going way uphill, and then it's a very, very tight, like, you gotta, it's a very tight angle, and then there's more elevation changes on the way down, and then you go into actually some pretty cool S-curves up here. Like, I like the S-curves part, like right here. is actually rather fun. And I imagine once I get real fast at it and have a proper tune and all that, in a car I'm more familiar with, going through these S-curves can feel real cool. Oh, I got a foot cramp. Ouch! But then, like, right up here, it starts to get, like, into the awkward section, like, right... Oh. Well, that's, like, kind of awkward, and then this right here is not too bad. And this turn, I actually like this turn up here, too. Like, this is an okay turn. I do not dislike right here. Like, this right here is also fine. But here is where it really starts to get, like, what the heck? Who designed this part? Pretty soon here. I'll let you guys know when we get to the part that I really find so strange. Like, this turn's okay, but it's right here. Right here. Like, this part, it's like, what the heck is going on? You got the, and then there's like another turn right after it. And then you're going way over here, and then there's like 1, 2, 3 turns back to, like, you don't even have any space between the turns, and then the exit on the third turn is so tight that you can't, like what in the world, man? And then right here again, like, look at all these turns in a row. Like, they're trying to do way too many things at once. And then, like, this is too much. It's really Sector 3. Like, Sector 3 sucks. Sector 3 is god-awful, man. That's probably, like, the final sector here. I'm going to go out on a limb and say it's the worst final sector of any single track I've ever driven. Which is funny because Sector 1 here is actually not that bad. Sector 1's not that bad, and then Sector 2's kind of in the middle. It's like it gets worse and worse as it goes on. And I know I said that about Indianapolis, but, like, Indianapolis is way better than this, if you ask me. But I know, like, COTA is very divided. There's people that absolutely love COTA, and there's people that hate it. There's really no in between. I hate to say it, but I think I fall more towards the people that hate it. This is not my cup of tea. Now, it might be a much more enjoyable experience if I'm in a car that I'm familiar with and a tune that actually works for this kind of a track, because the turns are so tight here. You need a ton of rotation, and this car has so much understeer in the default tune. Anyways, that's enough of COTA for now. I'm obviously going to be experimenting a lot more with these tracks in the near future. But just for today, I really need to end my stream soon. So we were just testing it out real quick to get first impressions. I think Sector 3 sucks. I think Sector 3 is just god-awful. But Sector 1 is not that bad. But that's really the only thing I like about this track is Sector 1. Sector 1 has some nice flow. I like how you have that turn 1 goes uphill to go into it, and then you have the tight turn that then goes downhill. Like, that kind of works. And then, but leading into then, you have the S-curves is really neat. I love the S-curves there. The S-curves is fun. And I can already tell. Like, I was going through the S-curves slow just to, like, get a feel for it. But going through the S-curves at pace there, oh, that's got to feel pretty cool. But outside of that, I'm just not a fan. I'm just not a fan. I don't like...
Technical section to start.
Yeah, I'm just not a fan. My first impression... Now, with almost everything in life, your first impression of things might not match your impressions or how you like it as time moves on. So, the more I drive there, it might start to grow on me. I just don't know what to expect. But as of right now, I really dislike it, actually. Really don't like it at all. But that was my first impression of it. So, I also was testing out the Super Trofeo. I think using the default tune gives me a bad impression of this car too, because the default tune makes so much understeer. You know what? Let's put in the aggressive setup for the presets, and because we were in the safe setup, I think. The aggressive setup might not have as much understeer. Let's give this one more chance. Let's go back to COTA and put in the aggressive setup, because we were just suffering from so much understeer. So yeah, so we're on the safe setup. Let's load the aggressive. Alright.
I actually like the Indy track F1 raced, not quite same as current GT/bikes etc. use.
I thought that the layout they use in Indianapolis on here matches the current layout of GT World Challenge. Oh, and by the way, if you notice my hat, you already know which track is my favorite of these three that were just added. I mean, look at this, dude. And look at my shirt. Indy 500 shirt. Indy 500 shirt. Indianapolis Motor Speedway hat. I've worn this hat that I bought at the gift shop there at the track every stream for a while. For over a year now I've worn this hat on streams. And I've been to 7 races at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. I've lived in Indiana my whole life, so a bit of a bias there, but I will confidently say if I have to rank my top 3 tracks as far as disregarding the history behind the track and the legacy, not judging the legacy of the track, but which tracks I enjoy as far as how they feel driving it, purely in the driving experience, I would rate the top 3 tracks in this game so far. Silverstone first place. I think Silverstone's the best. I think Spa is ranked second, but I will go as far as to say I think Indianapolis is third best in this whole game. As far as now, again, I might have a bias there, but I was loving it. When I was testing out Indianapolis, I was like, dude, this is freaking cool. But like Laguna Seca was my third favorite before this, but I think Indianapolis beats Laguna Seca. I think Laguna Seca is my 4th favorite now. Anyways, so I think we loaded in the aggressive setup. Let's just double check here. So aggressive. Now let's see if this feels any better, because I also want to get a more accurate feeling of how I judge if the new Super Trofeo here, how it feels. So I'm kind of using today to just test out all this new content, really.
Indy beats Laguna.
Yeah, Indianapolis is a blast. It's a blast. It is so fun. I was not expecting Indianapolis to be that awesome. I like Indianapolis better than Watkins Glen. Like, how many people can say that? Like, I know Watkins Glen is a fan favorite. Watkins Glen seems to be the most popular one out of the 3 here as far as the overwhelming crowd. But I'll give this another go just real fast with the aggressive preset.
Go.
Put it back to hood view again. See if this makes any bit of a difference.
Low tire pressure, stay away from curbs.
Wow, that's really loose. So I guess, yes, it will make a difference for sure. Ah, okay, you didn't see that. You didn't see that. Whoa! Okay, we're gonna bump up TC to 4.
My bias takes me to Donington of the UK tracks. I like the old Silverstone layout from early
You know, I haven't
2000s.
tried Donington yet, actually, and I just cut across that. I just basically cut across a whole ocean there. You can tell how new I am to this track. And that's why I'm saying a technical track like this.
Like an hour from Donington, Sil.
Yeah, like I said, everyone that lives next to a certain track, you're gonna have a personal bias for it. Oh, this takes that turn so much better than the safe reset. The aggressive one is better. I just had to bump up the traction control a little. Okay, so we're approaching the section that I hate. I'm going to see if it feels better with less understeer now. Oop, braked way too early. Ah, that's actually a lot better. Whoopsie daisies. I really hate that turn right there. That's just so awkward of a turn. And then this section right here, I want to find who designed this section I'm on right here. Like, what is going on here, man? I don't know. I feel like I'm still definitely not a fan. Yeah, this is a bad track. I don't like it. Whoa, a little too wide. See, I liked it. This first section actually is really cool. I actually really like the first section. But now we're heading into the part where it feels like you're dropping the soap in a prison. And it only gets worse from here. Here we go, the part that just, from here on, it's just so bad. Like, even right here, it's like, okay, not the worst, but it's right after this, the exit of this turn, and like, oh, that exit's terrible. And then this part right here is where I'm like, what the heck is this? It's just like, boy, what on earth is that section, man? It's just so awkward. Yeah, so, I don't know. I feel like the aggressive preset was a lot nicer, but, I do like the new Super Trofeo. It's actually really nice, but this track? No. No. So we're gonna get out of here quick, like, goodbye, Coda, and the moment you've all been waiting for. I've tried Watkins Glen and Gran Turismo 7. We're going to see how it compares. And we're also going to try out another one of the new cars. Let's hop in the new Ferrari Challenge and see how this feels. What color or what livery do we want to do? Let's see, we got that. Ooh, that looks nice. I like the blue. I might do the blue. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do Scott Sport. It'll be the silver class driver. All right, let's see how Watkins Glen stacks up. But real quick, I'm going to open the weather of where Watkins Glen is on AccuWeather on my phone to really replicate like we're there. So let's open AccuWeather. I have the Watkins Glen location saved. Uh-oh, it's not getting a connection. There we go. All right, Watkins Glen, New York. Let's see what kind of weather we're looking at. Looks like... Okay, so they're about an hour ahead. So it's going to be, I'll set the time here in a second because it's on a separate page. But cloud cover is 11%. So turn that to 11. Oops. Yep, have that at 11%. And then what's the temperature? 12. Oh, yikes. All right, so that's the weather at Watkins Glen right now. And precipitation 0. Yep, we already have precipitation at 0. And then setting the time. Oh, come on. All right. Setting the time. We're going to put it to, what's 9 p.m. in military time? And just 11. Right? No. Where's my mind going? So, 9 o'clock in military time would be what? Do I really have to get a calculator for this? Oh my god, I'm so dumb. 21 o'clock.
2100.
Yep, 21 o'clock. Hey, I beat you. I got it before you did. All right. 21 o'clock. So this is basically simulating like we just teleported to New York right now as it is. The exact same conditions, everything the exact same as it is in New York as of right now, down to the exact percentage of clouds covering the sky, thanks to the AccuWeather app, because it literally uses a percentage of cloud cover, just like in this. Makes you wonder, when they were setting the weather conditions that you can customize in the game, did AccuWeather inspire some of these things? Anyways, let's go to aggressive setup on this. Not going to bother with customizing the tune because we're just quickly going through and trying out these new cars and tracks. So, we got a beautiful livery on this new Ferrari Challenge.
I used to work on railways, also used 24-hour clock, D.
Yeah, military time just throws me off a lot. Well, this definitely already visually looks a lot different than how it looks like on Gran Turismo, because I tried this on GT7. I will say it visually looks a lot better on GT7, but I think this is going to feel better on ACC. We'll have to see. Alright.
Green light. Go, go, go.
Let's go ahead and put it in hood view. I don't normally use hood view, but new cars and new tracks, I would probably prefer hood view for now.
Low tire pressure. Stay away from curbs.
It's got a... Okay. Very short RPM band. You shift up pretty soon. Oh, jeez!
There's a light damage on the left.
Oh, okay, going back to garage. Let's do safe setup. Alright, safe setup, I guess. The reason I was speaking aggressive there is because I know that safe setup was horrible at Coda. But I guess here it might be better to do safe setup.
Low tire pressure. Stay clear of the curbs.
Yeah, that RPM band's very short. You have to shift up very early. Oh, I'm going wide. See, now I'm used to the aggressive. But see, the difference is we didn't bend it. Oh, there's a 7th gear. All right. Oh, that's real wide. I like how this new Ferrari has a 7th gear, though. feedback time. First of all, my feelings about the track, rather than, I'll talk about the car here in a second, but I feel like this track, if I'm going to compare it directly to how Watkins Glen feels in GT7 versus how it feels in ACC, I'll say overall in ACC, I think the track's a lot wider. For whatever reason, in GT7, the track is so much more narrow here, and I think that just comes down to, you know, they laser scan it for ACC. They don't laser scan it in GT7, so that's the difference of them using the technology to get everything perfect to how it is in real life versus, you know, Polyphony over at GT7. They just try to get it as close as they can based on, you know, pictures and video and stuff and what they see there, and just try to replicate that without actually laser scanning it. So it's interesting how the dimensions of the track feel a lot different here, actually. It's a lot wider. Now that tells me that there's so much more opportunity for overtaking here than in GT7, and there's already a lot of opportunities for overtaking with it being more narrow in GT7. So I can't imagine the kind of racing you can have here with the track being this wide. Oh man, it's going to be phenomenal races. But another thing I want to say is that, and this could just be the car, but I do feel like you feel a little bit more on edge here than compared to GT7. Like, you can more easily fishtail here and stuff. A lot of the bumps on the track surface will unsettle the car easier. Like, you've got to be more careful through a lot of sections where you can just fly through it in GT7, kind of, is at least how I feel. But I definitely feel like this is I can definitely see why people are going to have this as a fan favorite. Like, this is, without a doubt, the most popular by the crowd masses are, you know, flocking over to this. I guarantee you, when the hype of the new American Track Pack dies down, give it like months ahead from now, when everything goes back to quote-unquote normal.
That's also partly down to the car handling.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I clarified, like, that could also just be the car. But I'm going to say this. As far as the 3 new tracks, give it some months. I really think we are going to see a lot of public lobbies having Watkins Glen. We might not see many occupied public lobbies with the other 2 tracks. Because as of right now, the public lobbies that you see on PS5, at least, I don't know about PC and Xbox, but PS5, if you go to like public servers, like I'll show you, like right now, if we go to public servers, you always see Spa, always. You see sometimes Monza, sometimes Silverstone, but you see the same tracks all the time, and it just gets old. Like, the people all flock to what patch available. I already did get the patch. Did they hot patch something? Okay, well, I guess I'll check that later, but I'll check that after I stop the stream, because I'm pretty much concluding it pretty soon here. But I will say, like, when you go to the online public lobbies, you really see, like, it's almost always Spa, Monza, Silverstone. Those 3 are always there and occupied. But then every now and then you might see something like Hungaroring. You might see Misano, maybe Zolder, you know, things like that. But I'm going to tell you right now, with those tracks that we're going to always see on the online public lobbies, with like Spa, Monza, and Silverstone, those 3 that are always there online, we're probably going to see Watkins Glen join that. We're probably going to see Watkins Glen be another fan favorite that's very popular for good reason, you know. So that's at least a good thing, that now at least we have one more track to kind of add some more variety, because the public lobbies suffer with variety so much. Like, the public lobbies, you're always racing the same tracks, it seems. So that's one reason why I joined leagues, and I race in leagues now, is because you get to enjoy a lot of different tracks. But I do think Watkins Glen is going to be a popular choice for online lobbies. Now, right now, we're going to see all 3 of these new tracks in a lot of public servers with a lot of people in them, because everyone's trying out the new tracks. But I'm saying, like, long term, like half a year from now, we might still be seeing Watkins Glen popping up in a lot of servers, and it's going to be popular. There might be a lot of people always, occupying those Watkins Glen servers even from like a long time from now. As much as I hate to say it because I love Indianapolis, I don't think it's going to be a very popular one online long term. I do think it's going to be popular in leagues, but I don't think it's going to be popular in public servers, long term at least. We'll have to see, though. And look at this. I was trying to get it to do this earlier. I told you guys, it does this right here when you don't want it to do it, but when you want to do it and you're trying to make the game do this, it never does it. Like, ACC trolls you in this way. Because I was like, oh, we got new cars. Let's try to not touch any buttons and let it do the showroom preview. And it never does a showroom preview. But like here, when I'm talking about other stuff unrelated to that, now it suddenly does it. Anyways, yeah, I'm excited to try out the other cars too, because there was like 2 or 3 other cars that were added that I haven't even tried yet. And I definitely want to get a lot more experience with the new tracks. I feel like I've definitely nailed Indianapolis, and that's what I wanted to do first. So I'm very happy with the lap times I was putting down in Indianapolis today. The tune I set up for the Huracan GT3, not to be confused with the Super Trofeo. I'm very happy with the way that I've learned to maneuver around Indianapolis and the setup / tune that I put together for it. And yeah, final thoughts on this is, I will say I like the new Super Trofeo better than this Ferrari Challenge. I think the Ferrari... I'm a bigger fan of 6 speeds than I have 7 speeds. The 7 speed makes it the gear ratios are just a little too short for my preference. Which I know Formula 1 fans probably prefer, like, more gears in a gearbox, but just shorter ratios. That's a lot more similar to Formula 1. I think GT3 gets along a lot better with a 6-speed, though. And I know this isn't GT3. I know this is a Ferrari Challenge, which is a separate category altogether. So that's why it feels so drastically different from Super Trofeo, because that's also a separate category altogether. Neither of them are even technically GT3s. They're similar, but they're separate. But I actually really like that new Super Trofeo based on what I've seen, but that's with the default setup. So if I put together my own setup, that's when it'll really come to shine. And I can already tell I'm going to prefer the new Super Trofeo more than the Challenge just because I like 6 speeds more. Now, I haven't tried the new BMW yet. I have not tried the new Audi yet. What I'm curious about with the new Audi, have they addressed the problem of the brakes? Because I know that the Audi, for the longest time, as far as the one before this new one, the Audi's brakes has been terrible. So, are the brakes a little more sensitive now? Can you brake a little bit harder in the new Audi? Well, my final thoughts on the track pack. Obviously, I like Indianapolis the most. I mean, I've said that enough times in this stream. So that's out of the way. I've talked enough about Indianapolis. You guys obviously know that's my favorite of the 3, and it's in my top 3 favorite tracks of all time in this game now. So, Indianapolis, hands down, my 3rd favorite track. Just period. 3rd favorite. The only other tracks I like more than Indianapolis, I would say, is Spa and Silverstone. That's it. So, hardly many tracks hold a candle to it. I think Indianapolis is amazing. I think Watkins Glen is up there, though. I think Watkins Glen is definitely pretty awesome. I don't think it's as awesome as Indianapolis, but I'm really thinking that's my bias. Because I guarantee you, if I didn't live here, and if I lived somewhere completely different, and I never even attended a race there at Indianapolis, and this track pack comes out, and that's my first time ever even hearing about Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and I just tested it out, I'd probably prefer Watkins Glen. But I don't, because I'm just going to be honest, I have a bias. But I'm trying to say that, if I set Legacy side, because I know Indianapolis Motor Speedway is a very famous racetrack. So if we set Legacy side and just focus on overall driving experience, like how it feels to race at that track, I still think that Indianapolis is it's more fun than Watkins Glen. And I don't think many people are going to say that. So the fact that the majority and the overwhelming majority, the huge crowd of people is going to say Watkins Glen is better, that tells me that is probably my bias speaking, because I'm in the minority here saying that Indianapolis is more fun than Watkins Glen. At least that's what I would assume. I assume that a lot of people would think that Watkins Glen is more fun. I would say Watkins Glen is awesome. Like, I love it. I absolutely love it. I just don't like it as much as Indianapolis. But overall, this track pack is so awesome because I love, love, love Indianapolis, and I absolutely love Watkins Glen as well. So, 2 awesome additions to ACC. I think Kuno's really had some great decisions there on those 2 tracks. But, Coda, as of right now, I just can't really vibe with it. I cannot vibe with it so far. Now, granted, I was trying it on a brand new car as well, and taking out a car that you've never driven on a track that you've never driven at, it's not really giving it a fair run for its money, I guess. So since I'm so used to how the GT3 Huracan drives rather than the Huracan Super Trofeo, I might later on when I'm not streaming, just on my own time, take out the Huracan GT3 out to Coda and just try to give it more of a fair chance. I don't want to pass it off just yet and say, oh, I hate it, that's it, I don't like it. I want to be fair here and keep giving it more runs, and maybe eventually, even if it takes a lot of time, maybe I might start, it might start to grow on me. But as of right now, on my first impressions, I think that from what I could tell, I really like the first section. I think Sector 1 is pretty fun. I feel like there's pretty good flow through Sector 1. Sector 2 is okay, it's decent, but then, man, that's Sector 3. The ending of that track, Sector 3 is just like, what on... Sector 3 is like the worst final sector of a track that I'm starting to see why it's such a controversial track. It's like, when I heard people giving like their thoughts on this track pack before it came to console, and people are saying like, when the conversation topic got brought up to Coda, I was hearing so many people like have so many controversial takes on it and say, oh, I absolutely hate Coda, and so many people would say that, and I was wondering why. And I actually thought, what? Because I would look at how it looks like on the trailer for the track pack, and just, like I've watched the Formula One races there on TV. And when you watch the races on TV, like that track actually looks flippin' awesome. And it's probably because that's a track that's better from a spectator's point of view, from a driver's point of view. Like looking at it from the outside, it actually is pretty stunning. It looks pretty awesome. And you'd think like, oh, this is going to be a pretty awesome track to drive on. But once I got out there and I drove on it, I was like, oh. I can start to see why people really dislike it now. I personally think I fall in that category where, oh, I don't like it. I don't like it. So, but I'm also going to admit, like, I suck at that track right now, at least, but it's like my first day trying it out. But I mean, it was my first day trying out Indianapolis, and I nailed it pretty quickly, so... I just feel like Circuit of the Americas is just such an awkward track that it's going to take me a while to get good at it. And at least now I know that, because I do have, it is on the calendar on one of the leagues that I'm signed up for. So I better get to practicing that before it comes up in my league, because the league I race in, man, those guys are fast as hell. So I'm going to have to really, really practice there to keep up, because I suck at it. But it's like my first day trying it out. But like I said, first day trying out in Indianapolis, and it feels amazing. So, yeah, final thoughts. Big thumbs down to Circuit of Americas. If I have to rate them out of 10, I'd rate Indianapolis Motor Speedway a 9.2 out of 10. I would rate Watkins Glen a 9 out of 10. I'd rate Circuit of the Americas probably a 3.7 out of 10, probably. 3.7 out of 10 rating to Coda, if I'm being honest. And so those are my closing thoughts on my first impressions of these 3 tracks. I've been streaming all day, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in, those of you that did. I've had some great discussions with a lot of you. I can't thank you guys enough for the continued support. I'm looking forward to seeing how my thoughts on these tracks change the more I drive them as time goes on. But that's my first impressions, guys. Race fast, race clean, and I'll see you all in the next video.